And chat, how's it going, guys? Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Hi, Minda. Hi, Danny. So today is probably going to be a lot of plot. I'm told that I'm not anywhere close to a dungeon, so we probably won't be doing any of that. I'm also going to be doing this Moonfire Fair thing, which is the current temporary event. Which should be interesting. I have no idea what it is or how to access it. Summer event, indeed. Just follow me to Limsa. Alright, we'll do that in a bit. Gotta do my daily cact pot first, though. I should also go to an inn and drop off the Cloud Strife gear in my armoire. So I think I'll do that first, while I'm thinking of it. Damn, 129. I missed a 123 the other day. It was awful. Eh, 1,000 ain't nothing to sneeze at. Let's look at some of these character names. Ruroni, there's a weeb. What the hell? Is that a chicken costume? What the hell? I had one day where all three of my tickets had a 789 and I missed every single one because I was shooting for a 123 instead. That's a big oof. That's a big oof. Where the hell do you get a chicken costume? Easter events often offered a chicken costume. Gotcha. Oh yeah, I should join voice chat. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Can't complain too much. The summer event's quite fun,
Right, so
and it's going to be fun watching you do it, that's for sure. Keep you track record.
please tell me there's not much platforming.
I have nothing to say.
I like how they handled the event this year. It's very polite.
Very polite, huh?
Yeah.
Alright, where the hell is the innkeep here in Limsa?
The event's quest starts at the Aft Castle, by the way.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go to the inn and drop off the Cloud Strife gear first.
Or
Where is the inn?
go to the Aft Castle, then go north.
probably going to stay off mic today because the landlord is renovating the next door apartment, so I don't want to pollute the stream with the sound of power tools in the background. Well, that's a shame.
Speaking of being on mic, I encourage you anytime that you need us to be quiet for cutscene to just server deafen yourself or do some sort of server-wide mute on us because I want you to enjoy video games.
Fair enough, I might do that. I like having you guys on mic, though.
Yeah.
And I don't like interrupting you, because you usually talk about interesting stuff.
But just saying, going into cutscene and server, deafening yourself isn't too much of an interruption. We can keep talking while you're busy. Just my IMO, at least. Do as you please. It's your stream, after all.
And it's nice to be wanted.
Toy chest? What?
That's for various mini games you can unlock.
Ah, gotcha.
Some of them are leftovers of code from 1.0. So there's
Oh yeah, it's like the crafting minigame or whatever.
Specifically, one of them is a minigame that you used to be able to do instead of fighting some quest bosses, where you parlayed with people instead.
Huh. Real quick, hang on. Kyra Sunchaser says, "Hey boss, can you come by the house? I have something important about Ninja to show you." I'll do that in a minute. So it is unable to join party. I was unable to join your party, Ninja.
Oh, you're in the menu.
Because you're in a menu.
Oh, right. It's the armoire where I store the gear for glamours, right?
It's for various events and special items, but you can put stripe stuff in there.
Yeah, and you can use stuff from your armoire in the glamour chest, so...
It is not letting me put anything from my armory chest into the armoire.
Are you equipped with it, or is it in your inventory?
It's in my inventory.
Then... if it's not in your armory chest, it'll be in your inventory then.
I'm not... I'm not getting anything from there either. I open the armoire. It gives me the option inventory, armory, chest made and offhand, head, body, hands, legs, feet, neck, ears, wrists, ring, equip.
You didn't give it to a retainer, did you?
No.
Odd, it should be there.
I'm seeing nothing.
Is Strife Gear not one of the sets you can put in the armoire?
You definitely can.
Let me make sure I still have it. Where's my armory chest? What's the button for that?
I believe it's Control Shift I or something.
Armory chest is...
That is my Chocobo saddle bag.
Control I. Yeah, Control I.
Most of the time I just access my armory chest by opening up my character screen and then clicking on one of my armor pieces.
That's weird. I don't have it in my armory chest. I didn't give it to...
Try typing /iSearch space strife.
Alright, I have the vest, gloves, bags, and boots.
You can right click and do search for item. It'll tell you where you're keeping it.
Right click and do what?
Search for item.
Ah, cool. Location, it's in my armoire already?
Oh.
Location exclusive extra.
Oh, you already done it then.
Huh. I don't remember doing that. So now I can use it as a glamour?
Yes. Anything that doesn't go in your armoire has to be placed into the glamour dresser using a glamour prism.
Which is getting it the capacity doubled next patch.
Yeah, if you go on edit glamour plates. Yeah, the thing at the right is being able to turn those items into glamours. Yeah, you notice open armoire.
Ah, I see. Ah, there we go. Alright, cool. Exclusive extras.
Yeah, I've picked up a lot of tips and tricks over the years.
Cool, thanks. Alright, so... to... Mist. Are you able to look at my inventory, Minda? Oh no, it's Tempra Waldara who said it was already in my thing in chat. Are people able to look at each other's inventories on the website?
I think that was just Minda reacting to what you were saying.
Yeah. Just a guess about why you might not go in the armoire, but the armoire doesn't need glamour prisms.
Alright, Kaiar, what's up? Got something to show me?
Oh, by the way, the events from this, for the items you obtain from the Moonfire Fair can also go in the armoire.
I love it, giant toad.
Well, that's just Hellfrog Medium.
Yep.
There's a bigger one?
No, you're being a medium to summon a Hellfrog.
Yeah, that was just me making a pun.
But amusingly, there's an auto translation chat, where if you type partially type something in and then press tab, it'll come up with phrases and words that use those letters, and you can have it automatically translate those things into the language that the client is using. But Hellfrog Medium comes up before hello, so a lot of the time you'll see somebody accidentally pop into a dungeon and go, Hellfrog Medium!
I love it.
Hey Danny, what's the in-text shortcut to talk in a crossworld link show?
CWL and then your number.
I'm up for joining the party now, Minda.
Yeah, hit me an invite as well. Then Law can use the two of us as a bit of a guide on the map to actually bring him to the quest.
Just you know what Ninja can offer you. I'm sure I'll try it eventually. God, I would love to summon giant frogs.
I think you'll like Ninja, just because it does still have the sort of thief aesthetic, because you never stop hanging out with the Thieves Guild. But it also has that sort of... It's an edge kind of ninja, rather than a stealthy kind.
Rather than a who kind?
Rather than a stealthy kind.
Ah, gotcha. I just missed a Lady D cosplayer over by the summer event. Oh no! Was it a row?
They almost always are.
They are the tallest ladies available, so...
I've got the wrong minion of light. Summon my minion, please. Oh, it's probably loading stuff in the area.
I'm looking forward.
Before ninjas. Before Naruto ninjas.
There's a white mage. I want a black mage.
I'm looking forward to 10 levels from now when you'll be able to just try out Red Mage.
I love the red mage aesthetic.
Yeah, 10 levels from
Give
now,
me that hat.
Red Mage and Samurai become available to you.
Oh my god, stop giving me the white mage. Stop giving me the white mage.
I don't understand why they haven't separated these into 3 separate minions, honestly.
Yoshi P made the designers reread Naruto before Ninja? Are you kidding or are you serious?
I can't imagine that being serious.
I don't know, with what I've heard about Yoshi P. Seriously,
The Dark Knight is it's very inspired by the Berserk manga.
I mean, the Berserk manga inspired almost every piece of media where someone uses an enormous blade, so...
When did Berserk start?
What do you mean?
Like, the manga, what year did it start being produced?
1989.
A while ago, yeah.
99?
1989.
89?
Yes.
So he was doing it for a good 30 years before he died.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean... It's always interesting when people learn about the start date of various things, and it's like, wow. Because, like, given how recent the Western JoJo craze is, it always surprises people when they find out JoJo started in 87.
I mean, it didn't surprise me given the content of the second JoJo.
I was aware that it started that long ago, because Araki is an immortal vampire, but... Oh, goddamn. Dragon Ball was 84, I think. Alright, so I take it... Mayaru Moyaru is the NPC? Yep. Oh, it says the fair chaperone underneath. Mayaru Moyaru looks eager to regale you about all there is to know of the latest Moonfire Fair. Accept.
Yeah.
Hello there. You look to me like an adventurer who can enjoy a good festival when they see one. And if I may say so myself, the Moonfire Fair is the finest of them all in all of Eorzea. The fair has served to promote the Adventurers Guild in recent years, and I expect plenty of folks will join the fun this summer. No one will want to miss the exciting show we're putting on. That's right, due to popular demand and the wishes of Master Gegaruju himself, we brought back the challenge. Intrigued, aren't you? Sate your curiosity by speaking with Herr Maga in Costa del Sol. Have I been to Costa del Sol? I don't think I have.
Yeah. But at your level, you should be able to take the ferry at the Fisherman's Guild.
Alright, well, let's go to the Fisherman's Guild then.
By the way, any events that start in Limsa, which include the Moonfire Fair or the New Year's event, which is called Heaven's Turn, they will start there.
Gotcha. Alright, Rarenatsu. Take me to Vacation Land. 40 gil. Great deal. Hello, Miyabu. How's it going?
First thing you should do is grab the Aetheryte.
Oh yes, definitely. Alright, let's look how big this is. Oh, this is a... This is a combat area? Costa del Sol is in a combat area? What?
Yeah, it's in a zone that can have combat, but you won't actually be fighting in Costa del Sol.
It's one of the smaller towns in the game.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you won't be arriving in a new city-state until a new expansion.
Yeah, I figured I wouldn't get there till Heaven's Word. Alright, Aetheryte, get. I can ride Minda's Chocobo? I'd pill you. Alright, cool. I didn't know Chocobos could have passengers.
That's one of the mounts. That's I think it's called a drought chocobo.
Draft
Chocobo.
It's one of the
Oh, I gotta get this Chocobo keep. Yeah.
one of the recruit friend ones.
Yeah.
All right, now we head northeast.
I like that Chocobo keeps coming all shapes and sizes.
Chocobos shouldn't be able to fly without being black chocobos.
There's actually law behind that.
To be fair, every mount can fly.
I know, I'm just being picky. Is there going to be voice acting for this? Let's find out. Welcome to the Moonfire Fair, fair adventurer. You're here to give the challenge a whirl, aren't you? That hulking monstrosity erected upon the shore. Oh no, platforming.
Yeah.
The imposing fortress that turns grown men into weeping babes. The crucible which forges the fiercest of warriors or spits out their mangled remains. Aye, the Eorzean wipeout course. We've had some issues here and there which prevented us from constructing the course anew for a time, but we made it work this year to satisfy the fierce demand from our patrons. It hasn't merely returned, however. Oh no, it's been updated and refined with a new circuit. I dare say it's a course Reborn. I get it. Well, the new circuit isn't physically demanding, it's no less a spectacle. We recruited the finest gold saucer technicians and a certain bomb expert to craft so many bombs into the new attraction, it feels like a damned volcano's erupting when they go off. Aye, 'tis a trial that tests the resolve of fledgling and experienced adventurers alike, as all are forced to not only calculate the timing of the impending explosions, but avoid the shockwaves that follow them too. If you think you're up to the task, then by all means, show everyone how it's done.
Yeah, the first year they did this, you got a title for completing it, which was Eorzean Ninja Warrior.
You look eager to try your hand at it all, despite all the risks. And yet I don't get the sense that you're underestimating the challenge before you either. It would do the young lad good to see the temperament of a veteran like yourself. Would that he could learn from your example. You keep saying you're going to try a controller sometime. Well, if you get me a controller cable that will stay connected to my damn computer, I'll give it a shot. It's nothing. Just this talk about the course and all its newfound glory brought to mind a certain worrisome adventurer. Look, you wouldn't mind lending me a hand with something, would you? When you're not busy running the course, naturally. Give me a shout after this if you're interested. You'll lend a hand, then. You have my gratitude. The matter in question is in regards to a certain new... I suppose he isn't new anymore. Well, anyway, I want you to act as a model of sorts for a certain young adventurer. So you want me to strip, then? Alright. The lad's name is Rafal Tia. Comes to the Moonfire Fair regularly with his little sister Ramaja, and seems to be a well-meaning fellow for the most part. Recently, though... well, to be frank, he's putting on airs. You'd better see him for yourself to get the real picture. I saw him heading to the north of the island with his sister earlier. You should be able to find him there. Well, he has his issues. There's no doubt in my mind that he has a promising future as an adventurer. I'll leave it up to you to decide how you want to go about it, but guide him back onto the right path, would you?
Yeah, this is Rafal's third appearance in the Moonfire Fair. From the perspective I've seen, it's going to be a bit different, seeing your character not be recognised by him.
Alright, so... he is... right there, alright. Yeah, the best controller cable I have disconnects every so often in Persona 4 Golden, and it's a pain in the ass, and controllers are expensive. And I don't know the right controller cable to buy for a PS4 controller. So I haven't been using controller on computer for a while.
Understandable.
Alright, Rafool.
I can check that for you, actually.
Oh, thanks. Might you be Lore? It's an honor to finally meet you. Oh, and this right here is my little sister. Pleased to meet you, Miss Adventurer. My name is Ramaja. Will you be playing with us today? Since you're here, there's something I want to tell you. Though I've only been an adventurer for a few summers, I've already made a name for myself. Hells, I even have a pair of apprentices. I suppose you'd expect as much for someone of my obvious talent, eh?
Micro USB.
Yeah, but I have one of those and it doesn't connect to my computer. It doesn't register the controller when I connect it to my computer. I'm talking about like what specific brand or whatever.
Oh, honestly, any should work. It works for me.
Anyway, where was I? Oh, right, my apprentices. Go on, introduce yourselves. That is a tall human. Hello there, friend. The pair of us are just your average friendly old novice adventurers who wound up taking up an apprenticeship under our mentor here after he saved us from a sticky situation. He's a big fan of yours, by the way. The mentor we respects you, so if you really think about it, we ought to respect you too. And anyone who commands that much respect is clearly incredible. It's an honor, miss, truly. I've heard all kinds of amazing rumors about you, Lore. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. So, I take it you also heard about the challenge and decided to join in the festivities? I won't lie, I'm itching to give the course a go myself. I hear they've even added a new bombastic circuit to it. Though for a prodigy like me, who completed it as a novice, the real challenge will be not to fall asleep from boredom. Ha! A rising star like me has nowhere to go but up, after all. You could try, not being cocky as well. Nonsense! I'm being confident, not cocky. It just comes naturally to me. I guess this is what happens when you become a respectable adventurer, eh? Watch me out there, Lore. When I tear through that course, you'll understand what I'm capable of. I'll understand when you get launched into the water by a bomb exploding. Are you sure you're okay, fool? You've been acting odd lately. Am I okay? I'm better than ever. Don't you worry one bit, Maja. Your big brother's a fully fledged adventurer now. I'll give the crowd a show and be back before you know it. From the moment I became an adventurer, I've always looked up to you. I thought you'd been an adventurer for years by now. I just got here. There's no one I want witnessing my finest achievement more than you. So if you can spare a moment to watch, please wait for me on the beach. Oh boy, here we go. Fool. Yeah, he sure is. It'll be okay, Maja. It's your brother after all. He'll pull through, surely. Yes, I'm sure you have nothing to worry about, my dear. You'll come too, won't you? I'll feel better if you're there. Alright, time to watch a fool get exploded.
If you've done previous ones, you get the option to say, "Wait, you've actually completed one." And it's like, never mind that.
Do you see my brother? I can't see anything from here. Yeah, because it's nighttime. Aha! I sense a damsel in distress. Fear not, young maiden, for we are here to the rescue. These NPCs from previous Moonfire fairs. Aha! Let the games begin. I, Bodefon, Budafwan, will humbly serve as herald of the proceedings. And I, it's Hermaga. I didn't recognize him. And I, Hermaga, have been unjustly nominated to assist him.
Unjustly?
Together, not even the slightest happening shall escape our ardent observation. Now then, let us look upon our contestant, the up-and-coming adventurer, Raful Tia. With such a daunting trial before him, who knows what could be running through his mind right now? What do those stern blue eyes of yours see, Hermaga? An empty head. The lad looks eager to get up and at it, and in terms of physique, he looks to be in fine shape. That said, I can't help but notice some nervous energy in him as well. Thank you, Hermaga. Let's wish him the best of luck out... Ah! The contestant has just took off at the run, and is presently making his way to the first jet of water. Are you going to show me? And he soars through the sky expertly. Wow, just look at that landing. Are you going to show us anything? A splendid feat indeed. He managed it all without losing his footing, and it turned to daylight in the middle of my sentence. This is proof of his experience as an adventurer. He's well accustomed to moving under pressure, or above it, as it were. And now he is faced with a decision that will change the course of his fate. Does he take the tried and true path, or try his luck at the new circuit? Which route do you think our sprightly contender will take, Hermaga? The new circuit requires a contestant to be calm and collected in the face of a looming barrage of bombs. Unfortunately, I sense much fear in this one. If I were in his shoes, I would pick the old circuit without a second thought. He's on the move. It seems he's made his decision. The new circuit. The timing of his movements leaves much to be desired, however. Even the slightest moment's hesitation could lead to a messy result, and I fear he teetered for too long. Cover your eyes, folks. This could get ugly. He managed to dodge the first explosion, and the second, the third, and the... Gods be good, the shockwave of the fourth explosion has sent him flying like a shooting star. I'm just sitting there with my arms crossed. Oh, face down in the water. Oh, he's gonna drown. Ladies and gentlemen, even as the seawater salts his wounds, I regret to inform you that our contestant has been disqualified. No, this is bad. This is really, really bad. Her footprints are so small. Well, there goes our audience. This seems as fine a place as any to end the commentary. Please, go. Raful needs your help. Does he deserve my help, though, is the question. Right. I hope you haven't forgotten my request. I'm counting on you.
You sounded so exciting about him possibly drowning.
I owe you one, Lore. Why is your necklace floating above your skin? Lest you all misunderstand, that wasn't a serious attempt. If I really wanted to complete the course, I could have done it with my hands behind my back. But it'd be hardly entertaining if I just finished it in an instant. There's no drama. Now, when I go back and complete it with ease, the crowd will go wild. Genius, eh? Wait a minute, Rafool. Is that what you really care about? If so, you're not the person I thought you were. The person I respected. Oh, I mean, I'm not just your average adventurer, you know? I need to amaze everyone. You're losing them, Rafool. No, Rafool, you're wrong. I guess you would never understood what we admired about you. I'm sorry, but this is farewell. Wow. They were fair weather friends. Holy shit. What did I do wrong? It was the arrogance, man. That's the end of the quest?
Can you imagine if the summer event just ended?
My work here is done, but you didn't do anything.
That was...
Why? What did I do wrong? He's too upset to listen. Maybe you could try to comfort him. You're his hero, so if that doesn't work, I don't know what will. Oh hey, there's the Lady D cosplayer! That's a good one. Thank you for showing me such kindness, Lore. I'm still trying to wrap my head around why those two left. Is it because I failed the course? Because I looked pathetic? No, silly, that's not it at all. Really? It's not because I looked pathetic. Say, Lore, do you have any idea why? I tried to hide from your mistakes. Hide from a mistake? I don't quite understand, but it sounds wise. You didn't look like you were taking it seriously, fool. I wasn't taking it seriously? So what? Even if I had, I would have failed all the same. I thought if I did it on purpose, then maybe... Wait, you actually tried that? You were just covering for screwing up? You were actually trying to fail and then succeed the next time? Wow. Ugh. Who would admire someone who gives up before they've even started? The brother I look up to always does his best, no matter how he looks or what others think of him. If you can't understand that, maybe I'll try the course myself and show you what I mean. That is a bad idea, kid. No. Oh, she's got a little stubby tail. That's adorable.
Yeah. That's what Kid Makote's look like. It's cute.
My, that is some remarkable gumption you have there, little miss. Alas, I'm afraid children may not, under absolutely any circumstances, participate in the competition. I hope you don't mind, but I overheard your conversation. My opinion, you're a pathetic excuse for an adventurer, fool. Just awful. You're right. You taught me so much, yet I put on such a miserable performance. Everyone must think I'm so very pitiful. Just listen to yourself, lad. You want to know what your problem is? Vanity. You've lost sight of what's truly important. Think back. Try to recall what Ermaga and I taught you. What it was that you admired about Lore in the first place, years before she showed up. I think I finally understand. I was so focused on trying to impress my apprentices that I didn't fully commit myself to overcoming the challenge and stopped being an adventurer in so doing. I became a coward instead. I betrayed their trust, and now they've seen me for what I truly am. There's no way I can make it up to them. What if you tried the course again, but took it seriously this time? I bet those two would watch. Again? But I've never actually succeeded. If I were to fail once more, I'd lose their respect forever. Ooh, I like both of these options. What do I say here? It doesn't matter if you fail to succeed. What matters is that you try. Show us what you're made of, adventurer. I think the second one is more encouraging, so I'm going to say that. Adventurer. You're right, I am an adventurer. I need only focus on the challenge ahead. I'm sorry to ask more of you when you've already done so much. I haven't done shit, dude. But can I ask you to serve as my inspiration once more? If possible, I would like you to go through the course ahead of me. Seeing you test your mettle would rekindle my aspirations of becoming a great adventurer. Please, help me to reclaim that dream. Let me follow in your footsteps. Oh, buddy, I'm gonna fail miserably. You doing this. It means the world to me, Lore. I will follow after you with everything I have. Speaking of controllers, weirdly, the Switch controller I got to use as a PC controller doesn't connect to my Switch. It connects to the PC just fine for the most part, although it cuts out every so often. But it doesn't connect to the Switch at all.
How clear. Picky poison.
Alright, bikini ladies.
Poison up, poison up that.
Let's try to show up. Oh shit. Oh, the bombs are falling behind. Oh, I see.
Oh, did Lore miss an NPC on the quest? I'm seeing on his screen there's an NPC at the start that he could talk to.
Oh,
quest marker
yeah.
and everything.
You have to speak with Butterfarm first.
I appreciate you looking out for a fool like this. If you're ready to go, the jet of water yonder is roaring in anticipation of your arrival. Nice red mage outfit. Alright, let's try that again. Oh shit.
Get on here.
Vodafone has kept me abreast of this situation, and after seeing the way you've carried yourself through the course so far, Raful's gotta be fired up. You're already at the halfway point, so it's not like you need to hear it from me, but good luck. There we go.
You drop down and hit
Right.
and start the next section.
Oh, I just jumped down, alright.
Climbing wall, or there's the slope for the bombs.
Alright, well, I should take the bomb path.
For a rabbit, you're not very good at hopping.
I'm specifically doing the bomb quest because that's the new thing. Oh, shit! Do I have to start all the way over?
You can start from the little island where we're on.
Cool. Sometimes the bomb explodes inside of me and doesn't do anything to me.
Good old Sabotex.
And if the course becomes too much or too irritating, there is an NPC you can talk to that lets you, quote-unquote, do the course with your eyes closed to show Rifaltia your bravery, which will just pop you to the end of it.
Yeah, apparently you do it blindfolded.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this legit.
Yeah, they added that in this iteration of the fair, and I appreciate that for people that don't have time or that don't feel like going through it, or even people with like physical disabilities and stuff like that. I appreciate it.
Congratulations on making it to the end. I should mention that I've heard about the situation with Rafool. He pursued you the entire time, never giving up despite the fear in his eyes. Even now. Hey, look behind you! Wait, that's it? That's the whole course?
No, there's an optional bit that goes up and up and up and up and up, but it's not needed for the quest completion.
Come on, adventurer. You do not deserve that orchestral fanfare, Rafool. I did it, Lore. I really did it. Thank you for leading the way. Now that I've made it to the end, I suddenly feel lightheaded. Forgive me. I will return after I've had a moment to catch my breath. Would you mind relaying the good news to Maja? Sorry, I don't play Mahjong. Alright, let's see what this is. Oh, water slide.
Yeah, the way up to the expert course is behind where you finish that course. You can.
It's brutal.
Yeah, if you go to the bridge that you came across from the bomb area, you'll notice a little bit sticking out.
Sorry, I was distracted by chat and by these extremely muscular speedos.
Ah, the Curl Beach Briefs.
What? I just passed through that. I just passed through the. God damn it.
Yeah, the slides are one way.
Alright, I'm taking the wrong path. Screw platforming.
Yeah. Do you see this little bit sticking out here?
Where are you?
I'm right behind you.
Ah.
Yeah, where I'm looking now.
Yeah.
That's where the real challenge starts. And I missed.
Nice job.
Yeah.
So, where do you go? Oh, is that just the end of the jumping course?
That's the start of the expert part.
Oh.
When you get a bit further away from this tower, if you look up, you'll see just how high it goes, and it gets really crazy. I've almost reached the top in the previous years, but I never actually made it.
And I missed.
I want to go fast as fuck on a really cool slide. Woo!
I overjumped it. I'm not quite used to the very slight perspective.
My, is it just lovely here with all of this wonderful shade. Tell that to the Rogadin bloke over there, would you? Bet he wishes he had my ridiculous hat now. Anyway, don't mind me. I'm just looking out for a daring adventurer. One willing to challenge the course with a handicap, that is. That's me. Okay, I can't teleport to the top
I
for me?
think it's because we need to hand the question.
Oh. Well, first, I'm going to try a little more of these courses.
When possible,
Where are these bombs coming from?
uh,
They're appearing out of thin air.
yeah, when possible, if you're doing jumping,
God damn
that was
it.
close. If you aim the camera at the wall and jump left and right like a 2D platformer, it lets you judge distances a bit better. That is swimming in Shadowbringers. Not Shadowbringers, Stormblood.
God, you're small compared to me. Oh, you're back. How'd it go? Vodafone and Ermaga were comment trading, but I want to hear about it from you. He did it. He really did it. I always believed Fool could, but he never believed it himself. I'm so happy. Join me on my chocobo. I can give you a better view of the tower. Sure, in a minute. Fool! Lord told me everything. I'm so proud of you, you fool. Oh, I didn't do much. Just followed after her, really. Still, it felt good to try and finally succeed at the challenge. Oh, your fair weather friends are back. Please, excuse us for interrupting, Fool. Do you have a moment? We judged you too quickly, and too harshly. It was only when we saw you making your way through the course that it dawned on us how wrong we'd been. Yeah, I mean, it was a shitty thing for him to do, but it's not end friendship shitty. Come on. That's why... You don't have to finish that sentence. I'm the one in the wrong here, after all. I'm so very sorry, both of you. I let my desire for recognition cloud my judgment, and lost sight of myself in the process. It's little wonder you both reacted the way you did. That's why I'm starting over. This time I will not waver from the path. Nay, I shall follow wherever it leads, as a true adventurer should. With that said, do you think you could forgive me? I'll be honest, you were a dismal sight up there at first, looking as if you might collapse at any moment. But you didn't. You pushed through like a true champion, and now we are keen to see how far you'll go. Just like when we first met you. Aye, that's why we want you to forgive us, for losing faith instead of believing in you like we should have. Given the circumstances, I understand if you say no, but would you consent to being our mentor once again? Bring them on as equals. Like you even have to ask. I couldn't be happier to have you both at my side. Thank you for bringing Fool back to his senses, Lord. If you hadn't, these three never would have made up, and I would still be really sad. So thank you. So much. I think we'll be okay, so maybe you can do that report thing that Fool always talks about? I don't really get it, but it seems important. And don't you worry about Fool. I'll be watching him carefully. Power to you, kid. I don't envy you the task. Oh, she's cute. Alright, let's turn to the quest and then hop on Minda's Chocobo.
By the way, the headpiece here should work on your character.
Oh, cool. I could roughly see what happened from here, but I'd appreciate it if you filled in the blanks. So the lad finally came to his senses in the end, eh? And he made up with those greenhorns while he was at it, too. You did well, Lore. I was right to count on you. With that, he's truly made his first step as a proper adventurer. And, better yet, I don't have to feel anxious about leaving the three of them to their own devices anymore. Speaking of adventurers, I owe you a reward, don't I? Please, take this. You've more than earned it. And do try to enjoy the Moonfire Fair while it's around. A bandana. I'm so excited.
I can't wear it on my main character because my ridiculous mullet has a bandana built into it, which hides it.
Sadly, the bandana goes over my pre-existing circlet that's on my haircut, so I don't bother with it.
Okay, look at the stream and see the extent of where the bandana shows up on my character model.
Where's on me?
Alright, let's see this shirt, see how it looks.
On me, part of the bandana sort of gets chopped away by my hair. Weird one.
That's certainly most of a shirt. Beating down monsters in swimwear. Alright, back to the top. Oh, right, Minda. Where's Minda?
Minda's been behind you the entire time.
Aha! Wow, that's high.
You see how thin and far apart the pegs are on it?
Yep, I'm not gonna manage that.
I didn't manage that.
Can you go around the right so I can see where you're supposed to start, Minda? Those are some tiny-ass pegs. Holy shit.
Yeah, I got up to those tiny pegs once, but that's as far as it goes.
Your other right, Minda. That's ridiculous.
You'll notice
that is ridiculous.
You'll notice there are people up top.
There are, in fact, people up top. What do you get for getting up there?
Absolutely nothing. Bragging rights.
A funny little thing you can do for fun.
Oh, that's why I dropped off the chocobo. We got too close to the thing.
Yeah.
That's a good protection.
Yeah.
I think very technically, if you do a bunch of really difficult to do clipping, you can clip out of bounds and then go way, way above and then place yourselves very precisely above it so that when you get low enough, it drops you down onto the top. But, like, I think that's literally more work than just doing the jumping course would be, so they can do whatever they want.
These guys are mesmerizing.
Oh, I actually tried it earlier this week to get higher up on the tower. I missed a jump, fell a long way, and clipped the top of the slide as I fell. I kept falling, hit the ground, and then the game was like, oh right, you touched the slide, and swooped me back up to the slide.
Also, Lore, now you finally understand how I live my life.
And yeah, this is the squats animation based on 7.
Alright, what's over here?
Booze apparently.
Little bombs. Little bomb lanterns. That's cute. Oh, floating bomb lanterns. That's very cute. How do I get up on that? Can I get up on that? I don't think I can. Can you get these bomb lanterns for
Housing?
for the house?
I believe they were given away in a previous Moonfire Fair, so they'll be on the Mog Station. Every time a new event comes along, the previous year's rewards go on the Mog Station. So
Gotcha.
it's a pretty fair system. If you were there, you get it for free, and if not, they get a little bit of revenue.
Oh, this shirt is the one from the billboard, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Swimsuit you can get from this quest does look pretty good, and it's dyeable, so I can make it blue. Awesome. Cool.
Unfortunately, the pants are, like, different depending on your character's gender.
Yeah, it's unusual that they do that.
Yeah, especially since they've been going back and de-gender locking some gear. It's weird for them to make gear that's this dimorphic.
Yeah.
Girls get a thong and guys get that cool patterned pants. Though I mostly see a bunch of Hrothgar on Twitter being like, how come I can't get a thong, frowny face? Pro tip for people who want a thong as a guy, the female Rathalos armor.
Yes.
Good wear now, so
And it's actually got a really nice pattern on it as well.
yeah.
Oh, I made it to the first platform.
Oh, look at Attrition's here.
Oh, I made it, but then I fell off. God damn it. That did 1,000 damage to me. Gotta love percentile-based damage. Alright, I'll try one more time.
Also, thank you for going through
jumped way the
that
hell off.
lore. I skipped all the cutscenes, so it was nice to see them through you.
Why'd you skip them all?
I had something I had to do right away, and I didn't bother to check when the Moonfire Fair was ending, so I was like, oh gosh, I gotta get the stuff.
Ah, gotcha.
And I knew that you were going to do it anyway, so.
These guys are floating face down as corpses.
Slash water float. Although Comet is using Play Dead, which is a Mog Station mode.
Yeah, I love that Play Dead has a special animation in water.
That's fun.
The next event will actually be immediately after the Moonfire Fair ends. It goes straight into the Rising.
Oh, cool.
Which is the anniversary of Dalamud.
Anniversary of what?
Of surviving Dalamud.
Ah. Alright.
It's kind of the devs are saying, thanks for sticking with us, pleading eyes emoji.
Trobersh, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Before I continue, I'm going to take a quick break and go to the bathroom, so I'll be back in a minute. Liquid's Art Show, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Have fun.
I'm running out of things besides topsoil to spend my poetics on.
Did that a while back.
I would imagine.
Right, I have a lot of stuff to put in my armoire and I just haven't.
So many people I know really like are into the relic weapon stuff, and it hasn't hit me yet. I don't know when it might hit me, but it's just.
I've done one of the Zodiac ones. Oh my god, I'm never doing one of them again. I've done several of the animal ones. I've done
Heard the animal ones are mostly poetic spending.
yeah, a bit of a. You've got the light grind as well, and have to do a few dungeons, but they're definitely the best of them.
Alright,
You
I'm
can.
back.
Oh,
Hello.
howdy, Lore.
Hello.
Yeah, I've done one in Eureka and I've done one in Bodja, but other than that, I've not done any more. We're just talking about relic weapons.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll find out what those are later.
There are optional weapons you can get through doing grindy things later on. I'm not very interested in them, but a lot of players are very interested in them.
They're special kind of legendary-ish weapons that you get a base version of them, and build through the expansions patches. You build it up and up and up until it's the best weapon in the expansion.
Huh, cool.
But they're often quite hard work.
And they're usually not that much better than stuff you can get from doing like the really hard content.
The thing that makes them better tends to be the fact that you are capable of customizing their stats in some way or another.
Oh, how does that work?
Well, as you upgrade them, you get different points where you're able to allocate what stats you want to come with the upgrade.
Then I'm pretty sure there's also like an NPC you can talk to recustomize stuff if you change your mind or whatever.
For some of them, are.
They're completely optional though. Even if like you're a really hardcore raider, you can ignore them if you're doing the intense content.
The newest ones are going to be tied to Hildebrand,
Which a lot of people are very upset about for some reason.
while others are very excited about. It's
People love collecting old relic weapons for glamours. That makes sense.
oh yeah, some of them are really pretty.
Alright, so Little Alamigo.
You're at a part of the story that I really like that people forget about very easily.
Huh. Is that Camp Tranquil?
Little Amiga, that's well, Little Amiga. It's in Eastern Thanalan.
Oh, I'm looking at the Black Shroud for some reason. There it is, Little Alamigo.
Probably because the shroud is next to Alamigo, so you thought, oh, it must be right next to, you know.
So, a little while ago, I spotted in Walmart Minecraft Cheez-Its.
Huh. Oh, that's fun. They're square. I get it.
And it's the outside of the box has Minecraft resolution heavily pixelated Cheez-Its.
That's adorable.
And I thought, oh, that's cute. I wonder what they look like, if they've done anything interesting to them. And completely missing the very tiny text on the side of the box that says food is not 8-bit, I bought a box, took them home, opened them up, and they're just regular-ass Cheez-Its.
Ah,
Which is such a shame.
You don't get to know what 8-bit food tastes like today.
Minecraft was never 8-bit in the first place.
The Cheez-It illustration might have been. It's always really interesting how the language that we use for specific things becomes used for archetypes of things instead in ways that are like very strange. Like 8-bit for anything pixelated.
There are different bit levels.
Yep.
That people use. It's not just 8-bit. And
Yeah.
looking at the box, it's kind of an 8-bit Cheez-It
Oh, I'm glad.
on the box.
Okay.
Alright, Gundabald. Hopefully you sing a different tune, you and your incredible mustache. Why have you returned? You are not welcome here. I thought I made that clear. You spoke with Mefred. It has been so long since I last heard from him, I had feared him dead. 'Twill be praised. Whoever you are, Mefred sees you as a friend, and any friend of Mefred is a friend of mine. I know of this masked stranger you seek, and will tell you what I can. An outsider resembling your masked stranger has reportedly been appearing near Little Alamigo of late. What's more, it seems that some of our young bloods are meeting him in secret. No doubt you want to question them about their trysts, but they are not like to yield the information readily to an outsider. If you tell them I sent you, though, they may well feel obliged to talk. Alright, so there are 4 of these kids. Waldhar? You don't look like a kid, Waldhar. A masked man? No idea what you're talking about. I ain't done nothing wrong, so leave me be.
Highlanders...
I'm not going to tell him about Gundabald?
Highlanders don't seem to age very gracefully a lot of the time.
Gundabald sent you? Listen, I told them it was a bad idea. All that tripe about believing the masked man and... You don't know anything about this? Why didn't you say so to start with? You can't throw the old bear's name around like that and expect me to not think I'm in for it. And I just leave her rather than pressing her on it? Come on.
No, we're going to the one place I cannot navigate in this game.
Yeah.
The Eastern Room in Little Alamiga. There's 2 exits, I can never find either of them.
Huh. Sifrid, there's a real name. By which I mean a real fantasy name, and not a horrible abomination. What? Have I been meeting any masked men lately? Let's see. Nope, can't say I have. But I'll be sure to tell all my friends you're looking for.
Meanwhile, the next one is probably like a Twitch auto mod.
There's a bunch been skulking about right suspicious like, but I've got nothing to do with them. I know trouble when I see it, and that there's trouble, mark me words. Well, that was fruitless. I didn't even drop Gundabald's name except with that one girl. So, you have indeed confirmed my suspicions about a masked man. That is most troubling. Whenever the young ones are scheming, it can lead to no good end. There's an anger inside them. I can see it in their eyes. I ought to know, for it once burned within me as well. 2 decades ago, that same anger drove me and my brothers to rise against the despot who ruled Alamigo. Naught would do but to depose him and usher in a revolution. Well, we got our revolution all right, but it cost us our freedom. Blinded by our hate, we didn't realize that we had been dancing to the Empire's tune. By the time we did, it was too late. Alamigo had fallen. There are times when a man must be patient. Now is such a time, though the young ones know this not. Unless we intervene, they are like to commit great folly. If you learn aught of their plans, I would thank you to bring word to me. Bremfing. What monsters these mothers be. Alright, Hremfing. secret message for me? Hey, adventurer, you done talking with the old bear? I've got a message for you from Wilred. Lad's something of a leader among the young ones here. He's impressed that you've won over Gundabald and wants a word with you. Says he'll be waiting over the craggy area north of you. That sounds like a trap. Alright.
And he wanted me to tell you it's definitely not a trap.
Go directly south and around.
You told me just as I saw the exit, but thank you. What is the purpose of these walls? Like, what purpose do they serve? They're even buried in the dirt. Are they there for decoration? What are they for? Surely a lamppost could have held those lamps.
Good question. I'll get back to you on that, Nether.
You see, they had to have somewhere to put the refugees, so they put them in the most difficult to navigate place in hopes that they die inside of it.
Oh, excuse me. There's more of them. Pointless walls that don't even cover anything. Thanks for coming, friend. 'Tis no ordinary outsider who can gain the trust of the old bear. That's why I wanted to meet you, to discuss something in private. Tell me, why are you snooping about? Did the Empire send you, or someone else? Oh boy. Quirrell got your tongue? No matter. Whoever it is you work for, your meddling ends here. Get her!
I have their attention. They're all yours. Oh, I had their attention. Okay.
You're stronger than you look. This changes nothing. Threaten us, beat us bloody all you like, but nothing short of death can make us give up our fight. We're going to obtain the power to bring down the Empire, and with it we'll reclaim our homeland. I'm right there with you, man, but you gotta pick and choose who you trust. So how much faster is riding a mountain versus sprinting?
Fairly
It
nice
gets-
now.
The gap gets larger and larger.
Yeah, sprinting now.
The gap gets larger and larger when you either have a riding map for the area or when you've done like a bunch of the side quests in the area that increase your mount speed. But when you're
Side quests
flying, it's
increase
like
mount
maximum mount speed. Huh?
Side quests in an area increase mount speed?
In like certain ones
In a
do,
realm
yeah.
reborn.
Yeah, but also flying is just max mount speed by default, so.
And it's faster than any ground speed, no matter what.
Attacked by Wilred and his cronies, that they would go to such lengths for the sake of this plan of theirs. Left to their own devices, the young fools are like to harm others, if not themselves. We must uncover their agenda and put an end to this madness. There's the black mage hat that I can't wear. Okay, so I want to make sure I understand this. Any side quest in an area increases mount speed?
Specific
No.
side quests.
It's what?
Specific side quests.
Huh.
But once you have flight, which you get at the end of A Realm Reborn, it's just maximum mount speed in the air, so...
Yeah, I know. I'm just curious about how the actual mount speed side quests were working.
I'm pretty sure you get your first star point from completing a certain MSQ quest in the area.
Yeah, that too.
Not a side quest.
Yeah.
Wilred mentioned obtaining the power to bring down the Empire. Of what power could he be speaking? God, Gundabald, Bertliana? Gods preserve, what happened? I was out foraging when the corpse brigade came. They took me to their hideout and they oh God, what did they do? Oh. The whole while they laughed at me. They said that I suffer because I cling on to hope. Is it wrong to dream of home? Is it wrong to call ourselves Alamegans? Do not heed such poisonous notions, child. Our dreams are what sustain us. Be strong. I swear to you, those villains will answer for their crimes in due time. But tell me, does anyone else know of this? Wilred. He saw me outside. He was so angry. I would be too. Holy shit. I must tend to Bertliana. In the meantime, I need you to find out what the young ones make of this. I fear that they may do something rash. Yeah, you better tend to her. Holy shit. That's a dark place to go.
Yeah, the game goes some dark places sometimes.
Oh yeah, big time.
Map of Zonrock. Ah. Items to find to ascertain the youth's intentions. There's a surprising amount of that in this teen-rated game. Yeah, seriously. So what rating system do Japanese games use in Japan?
Shira. Not sure what it uses.
Oh, CERO? Is that what people are talking about with the Cero Z and Cero D ratings for Resident Evil 7?
Probably.
All
I'm
connected.
an idiot. This is inside.
Meanwhile, here in the UK, we've got Peggy.
Peggy 12.
Just like from King of the Hill.
We used to have a different system, but I should check what that's called. It's been a while. I brought a PS1 game off the shelf. Yes, Elspeth, which had 4 very specific age ranges.
Excuse me. Oh. There he is. Yo, Wilred. Oh, mighty Rhalgr, Lord of Destruction, we implore you, lend us your strength and put an end to the suffering of your people. Here to interfere again? Well, you're too late. Our plan is already in motion. Once we have the crystals, our enemies will pay for their crimes, and no one will dare oppress us ever again. So, who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him that he's looking at at somebody who possesses half the crystals? You're gonna have to go through me, man.
They just mean like standard ether crystals, not the ones you've been earning from the primals.
Ah, I gotcha.
You have capital C crystals. They're talking about lowercase c crystal.
Yeah, magic in this game coalesces into crystalline form, a bit like materia does in 7, and they're commonly used for various crafting things, and like even stuff like using fire crystals to warm houses in the winter.
Oh, cool. If this plan succeeds, we'll have the power to lay the Empire low, to change the world for the better. Might be as Gundabald's content to eke out an existence in this musty old cave, but I'll be damned if I'm going to spend the rest of my life here. Now, where in the 7 hells did I put that bloody map? I've got it, but you're not getting it back. Alright, one more thing here. Maybe down below? Let's look around a little bit more.
Ah, I think I found what you're looking for.
I mean, well, don't tell me where it is. Let me find it. No, that was the hunting knife.
Oh, okay. This is what I was looking for.
Ah, there she is.
I'm on the same quest, so...
What those animals did to Pert Liana is unforgivable, and to think they look down on us. Yeah, right there with you, man. Well, I'll suffer this humiliation no more. I'm with Wilred to the bitter end. I'm not afraid of a few lizards. Oh, you're going after the Amalja, huh? Alright, back to Gundabald, I guess. Nice plesiosaur. Gone? The whole lot of them. Then it is as I feared. They mean to take matters into their own hands. But what exactly is it that they mean to do? What's this? A hunting knife. And a map of Zanrock. Wait, you said Wilred spoke of crystals, did you not? But they couldn't possibly mean to... By the gods, this is rank madness. The young fools are untrained and unblooded, all. They have no notion of how dangerous the Amalja are. They'll be butchered before they get within 100 yalms of the crystals. They're headed east. If we hurry, we may yet find them before it's too late.
Loreweaver is like, oh no, this is serious, I'd better get going. Hops on the chocobo and just starts going, da ba da ba da ba da.
Ba, ba, ba.
The Amalja are just ignoring me.
You got a pretty high level.
Yo, Wilred.
Oh, we'll have to drop high.
Wilred, did no others survive? Doesn't look like it. This is all wrong. Getting the crystals was supposed to be the start. We were going to reclaim our homeland. Pull yourself together, lad. We were going to make an offering of crystals to Rhalgr, to summon him, just like the masked man taught us. We plotted to sneak into Zanrock and make off with the lizardmen's cash, but they caught us and so many dead. Gods forgive me. Heathens, you shall pay for your crimes with your souls. Our souls, huh? If Freet's dead, what are you going to do to our souls, asshole? I regret our young ones' transgressions, but a soul is too high a price for youthful folly. For all their failings, they are the hope of the Alamegan people. This hope I will guard with my life.
Well, he cares then.
Oh, I'm too low level with the level sync to use Fire 3.
Yeah.
There's more tempered here. Your skill at arms is impressive, adventurer. Our wayward youths could learn much from a woman like you. The battle is won, but it would be unwise to linger here. Let us return to little Alamigo. Wait, we've come all this way. We have to get the crystals. They're right there, ripe for the picking. Have you learned nothing, Wilred? Did you not see those tempered wretches? Such is the fate of those who are touched by a god. Is that what you desire for yourself and your friends? What? No one said anything about... The masked man told us we could defeat the Empire if we summoned Rhalgr. He swore. Wait, do the gods temper people too, not just the primals?
Well, if they did this...
What's the difference between Ifrit and Rhalgr?
And plus, what they're doing is a primal summoning. It's the same process used for summoning a primal. So it's very likely that it may not actually summon a god, but a primal based on the gods.
Huh.
I mean, technically, we've already seen that with Ralga himself, with Ramu being based on Ralga.
Well, allegedly.
Fair enough. Enough. I will hear the rest of this sorry tale back in Little Alamigo. I dare say Lore will wish to hear it as well. Yeah, you better hang your head. Nah, I won't waste an Aetheryte ticket. Oh, I could have summoned my Chocobo to get EXP. Oh well. Nope, wrong way.
You can still teleport without using an ether ticket, by the way. You just say no when it asks you.
Oh, fair enough.
You can actually set it to do some automatic settings where it will automatically consume a ticket if it's above a certain price.
Ah.
Yeah, if I recall, I've got mine set up to use a ticket if the price is above 150.
On my main, I got it set above 700.
I just have so many tickets
Wow,
that I never run out.
ticket prices get, or teleport prices get high.
It's a big world.
Yeah, and the teleport prices you're even seeing now are discounted heavily because of the free company actions. So
There used to be a limit on how high it could go. It would never be more than 999, but they actually removed that cap.
Huh.
they try to
No
keep
more lies, Wilred.
they try to keep inflation from being too severe.
No more lies, Wilred. Tell us everything. I was outside with the others when he appeared, the masked stranger. He told us about summoning Ralgar, about using crystals, and then just vanished. We never saw him again. So, wait. You believed him, first of all. First of all, you believed him. You idiot. Secondly, he didn't tell you how to perform the ritual? You were going to steal those crystals and try to summon Ralgar without knowing how? Alright.
Me pointing at Madoka from Madoka Magica. So you believe Cuvee, idiot.
I wanted so desperately to believe that we could raise ourselves from this squalor that I never stopped to question his motives. But I should have known. There's no solution. Nothing we can do to change our lot. Our people are doomed to live and die like beasts. Listen to me, Wilred. Our home may be lost to us, but it takes more than stones and mortar to define who we are. No matter where we may be, Alamigo lives on within us all. It is for you to decide what to make of this legacy, but whatever you choose to do with your life, never forget that you owe it to this adventurer, an outsider. I won't. I promise. Wait, weren't you... Gundabald? You were the first one to say you're an outsider, fuck off. Come on, man.
Maybe
You
Gundabald
don't
learned
get to
lesson
take the
2.
high ground there.
You've helped me learn.
Thank you for saving me. And sorry I tried to kill you.
Man, if I had...
My thanks as well, friend. It gives us hope to know that there are kind souls such as you out there. Little Alamigo may not have much in the way of comfort, but you will always be welcome here.
I had a gill for every time somebody said that to me in the Final Fantasy series.
Oh, level 35 sleeping potion. That's something. Not.
I don't mind the spine drops we got in the previous quest. The curing paralysis is definitely a nice aspect.
Honestly, I should carry some spine drops for the every now and then that stuff still paralyzes you.
Yeah.
Gundabald wants to wish you well in your investigation. Would that we had more information to offer, but what Wilred told you is the extent of our knowledge of the masked stranger. Left unchecked, that man will bring about great pain and suffering. I pray that you'll find and put a swift end to the creature, for the sake of the young ones who died by his poisoned words. Back to Minfilia. What's up, Tataru? Good morrow, Lore. I trust your investigation is faring well. Not really. Yep, I'm going to talk to the NPCs after this quest dialogue, when they'll have new dialogue. Possibly. Welcome back, Lore. I'm reliably informed the investigation took you to Quarry Mill in Little Alamigo. So, tell me, were you able to learn aught of La Habrea? Not really. Why am I nodding? I've learned jack shit. Planted the knowledge of summoning in impressionable young minds, you say? Precisely the kind of deception the Ashians would employ. While many of the ills that ail the land can be attributed to the calamity, some are being brought about by a malign will. We must needs delve deeper into this, while things remain quiet on the primal front. All work and no play makes Minfilia a dull scion. She's got a point, Minfilia. Go out for drinks? Huh? Did you say something? Nothing, my lady. Aha. Mayhap we ought to rest a while before speaking further of the investigation. While you were tending to business in Thanaland, some new information arrived courtesy of our friends, the Sylphs. An individual fitting La Habrea's description has been sighted in the North Shroud. This sighting comes in the wake of a series of mysterious deaths in the selfsame area. My instincts tell me that our man is involved. I would have you continue your investigation where you left off. 12 willing, we will pick up La Habrea's trail once more. Noraxia can furnish you with the details. Pray, speak with her, and take it from there. As always, be careful out there, Lore. Alright.
Doesn't look like any of the stuff's changed since last time. Everyone here's the same and saying the same stuff.
Let me double check. See if I remember this dialogue. Yep. Oh, Noraxia is here.
He's like a little scion.
Walking One is to investigate Sinister One, then heed well this one's words. This one is friends with a Walking One in the Ash Crown Consortium. According to a friendly one, a digging one named Medrod had an encounter with a scary masked one. This masked one is most certainly Sinister One. Walking One should go and speak with Digging One Medrod. Digging One is to be found at Fallguard Float in the North Shroud. I do not have a teleport to the North Shroud. Alright. To New Gridania. No, wait, let me look at the map. What? I thought I canceled that teleport. What?
I should have cancelled my teleport.
Oh, I get it. I said no to using an Aetherite ticket, but I didn't cancel the teleport. I spent 371 gil on it.
I forgot to pick up the next quest.
Alright, over there. What is that? It's a tractor. Huh. Alright. Alright, where is the Aetherite? It's over there. Alright.
I just got queued into dungeon with someone named Vicky Vapor Rub.
Hey.
Excuse me.
This is a silly game with silly people.
I know I, for one, am not at all silly.
That's a bit of a whiplash from the subject we were just discussing a few minutes ago. I keep forgetting to do the materia extraction. I forget, what benefits do you get from Spirit Bond beyond getting materia from it?
Nothing.
Just materia.
It gives you the little warning before you do it, because I think that's just a leftover of the warning that it used to destroy the gear.
Oh, right.
Yeah, before you were kind of tearing the item apart as you ripped your ether out of it. Lore explains that we've advanced our ether, so our materia creating techniques since then.
Oh, you sweet Summerhild.
Hello, Lore. Welcome to my pub.
Medrod.
It's my pub now. I've taken over.
Ha. Please, leave me be. I'm not long for this world. I looked death in the face. It's only a matter of time before he comes for me, just like he came for that poor woman.
Freezing.
You're right. It's not as bad as it seems. I saw something terrible, that's true, but that hardly means I'm going to suffer the same fate. Thanks to you, I can think straight again. I believe I can even recount what I saw without losing it. It was just another ordinary day, and then the Fire Nation attacked. I was headed back to the float when I noticed a suspicious character in the distance, a masked man garbed head to toe in black. He had a hideous fiend in tow, a winged creature that was all eyeball and jagged teeth. So an Ahriman. Taken by curiosity, I crept as near as I dared. To see the corpse of a woman. One glimpse was enough to tell me that she died a gruesome death. In that instant, I knew right away that the masked man was a minion of Thal, come to claim her soul for his realm. What? You're investigating this same masked man? If that's the case, we'll help you in whatever way we can. Who's the bandit? Aye, anything to ensure that we won't have to suffer Medrod's hysteria ever again. Alright, teamwork. That's what I wanted to... Wait, I haven't been that bad, have I? At any rate, I'm all for helping this adventurer. It's the least I can do to repay her for comforting me. Can you imagine turning in a quest and then leaving without getting the next one, and then playing for like 15 hours doing side quests or whatever, and then trying to figure out where the fuck the main story quest is again?
You've got the you've got the thing in the top left corner.
Oh, that's true, right. You always have that, not just when you have the story quest. Fair enough.
You didn't used to have that when I started playing.
Oh, boy. So my point stands.
Yeah.
So, here's what I know about the deaths. All the victims were found with their faces torn to shreds. Among the local fauna, only the scalekin known as Ziz could inflict such wounds. That's why some folk are pointing the finger at them. I somehow doubt that the answer's that simple, but for the sake of thoroughness, we should look into it. Why don't you put down, say, 3 of the creatures, and see if you can find any proof connecting them to the deaths. Alright, I will be right back, guys. I'm going to have a quick snack.
Enjoy.
So, Danny. Imagine being me, totally innocent, going into Trials Roulette, because I need just a little more experience to get up to level 79 before I do, like, you know, dungeons for their bigger experience amount, right?
You didn't get steps, did you?
No, I got the level 73 trial.
Oh, dancing on the wind.
Yes. Hopefully now we're at a point where we outgeared enough for it to be trivial, though.
Best of luck.
Going okay. We haven't reached the ad phase though, so
That's the bit where everything falls apart.
yeah.
Grow, my beauties, grow.
Oh. Which of the 3 ads do you kill first?
Mustard.
Cool.
It doesn't have an auto attack, so the tanks don't need to deal with it.
I marked it as number 1 and everyone flocked to it, so thank you.
Happy to help.
Is there one that's best as the second, or does it really matter after that?
It doesn't really matter, but might as well just go from right to left.
Makes sense.
What job are you playing as?
Astrologian.
I was going to say, if you're a magical DPS during the second wave of ads, you might as well limit break the two that aren't mustard. Sing on the wing, round and round again. La 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 la.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome
Another
back.
bar's consumed. Let's go kill some lizards.
I like birds.
What is a bird except a feathery lizard?
True. Points are made.
Oh, hey, I can get him from this face.
That looks fun. Oh, I need the balloons for my hunter's log.
Oh, I'm not going to get credit for the killing this is, am I?
You do?
Nope, because I wasn't the first thing to do damage to
Oh,
it.
add me to party.
What?
Add me to party. We can do it together. Bear in mind, if the NPCs attack, it doesn't actually matter for them. They can't get credit, so we do still get it.
There's one.
Here's the other two. Also, I heard your auto attack. It's there's a signature bonk noise whenever a black mage smacks something.
So a funny quirk about the first person to hit an enemy being the one that gets credit for the kill is that back in very early, like 1.0, the Bard used to get an ability, or not 1.0, I think it was early 2.0 actually. Bard used to get an ability that immediately, like, I forget if it lowered your aggro or what, but it was programmed to be the first thing that the game checked for on a server tick. So people would bot the game and essentially use that in order to gain aggro on enemies to get loot from them.
Huh.
Didn't know that.
That's trolly.
Yeah, I learned that from the podcast that I listened to. It was very short, but it was basically like about botting in Final Fantasy and how people would do it and why people would do it. It's against TOS, of course. Like,
Oh, yeah, definitely. You've already seen to the Ziz. Good work, adventurer. So were you able to find aught to suggest that the creatures are our culprits? No. Nothing. Truth be told, even if there were proof, I wouldn't know what it looked like. Anyway, I believe we can safely strike Ziz from our list of suspects, which leaves us with the masked man and his wicked eyeball. Yeah, no shit.
Aye.
There's something else I heard about the deaths. It appears all the victims have been comely maidens. I better watch myself, eh? Unseemly japes aside, there's a rumor been going around. There's some as whisper that, after each victim died, her rancor went into the great big rock southwest of here, causing it to flash and glow. This bears investigating, I reckon. I'm going to give you... What? Date with Destiny 1. What was that achievement?
Oh, the fate just resolved and was completed.
Aha, gotcha. I'm going to give you a fire sand stick to blow off a piece of that crack. The stick doesn't come with a fuse or anything, so you'll have to throw the thing. Once you've torn the rock a new one, bring back some of the fragments and I'll give them again. Are you going to know anything about them? Some key items are used on areas rather than single targets. First, click on the item icon displayed in the duty list. Upon selecting the item, a glowing radius will appear on the ground that can be moved freely with the mouse into the desired position before executing.
Oh,
okay, yeah, it's right next to the name of the quest.
Yeah,
cool.
Using a caster limit brick will also have you tag it like that as well.
There's something you should know. I have been keeping this to myself, lest I worsen Medrod's paranoia, but I too have seen the winged eyeball. We cannot say whether it was coincidence, but my sighting took place precisely the same time as Medrod's. I was heading home after a day of digging when a shadow fell over me. Looking up, I found myself locked in a gaze with a giant eyeball. I let out a scream at the top of my lungs and ran without once looking back. This happened at the rocky area west of here, in case you had a mind to investigate. Alright, let's go blow up a rock, I guess. Pointed directly at it. Cool. Well, this is a slow interact. There's a hostile presence.
Oh, you want to do one than me. I am slowly on my way. Oh, neat, that completes the quest for me as well.
Oh, neat.
I need to head back to go further down.
Yep, I just figured that out.
If you head further along in the direction I'm going, you can actually see some of the ruins of what used to be West Shroud before Dalamud damaged it beyond repair.
We should not be this close to Chuck Dynamite. The lightning aspect is... Aha! Da 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 da. It's so weird to me that bombs are so small in this game.
There's some bigger ones.
Oh yeah.
I mean, bombs in other Final Fantasies start small and get bigger, you know?
Yeah, but they don't usually start that small. These guys are like head-sized.
Yeah, if you head over here, you can see the fragmented ruins of Westroad. Everything you see going forwards here used to be a vibrant forest.
Wow, that's huge.
That
goes off into the clouds.
That big metal thing, that was a chunk of Dalamud itself.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, Dalamud wrecked some stuff.
I love that there's just the wreckage of Dalamud everywhere.
Yeah. Also, hello.
That's a cool
Hello.
detail.
Howdy, Minda. How's it going?
Yeah, hi, Minda.
I'm doing good. My landlord was doing some construction earlier, so I didn't want to get on voice chat. But he seems to have chilled out, so came in there.
Nice.
And yeah, it gets a lot. Once you get flying, it gets really fun. Just like flying around the world and getting a bird's eye view of just the wreckage of Dalamud, because there are some craters that you can only really see from the air, and it looks really cool. And it's like, oh, shit.
I also love all the crystal
Nice.
growths everywhere that are basically teratomas that burst from the earth because of Dalamud hitting it.
What's a teratoma again?
It's a growth inside of your body that's basically a little cluster of mistakes. It's like fingernails and hair and little bits of organs and stuff.
But yeah, this is in this case it's corrupted crystals rather than actual flesh on bones.
Most folk are too scared to go within 100 yalms of the Rock of Rancor. Aye, it has a name. But what's a few vengeful spirits to a dauntless adventurer like you, eh? Huh? Why, these are just your garden variety crystals. It's a bit hard to tell beneath all the dirt and grime, but they're definitely lightning aspected. I almost hate to say it, but that explains the flashing and moaning. Nothing to do with the masked stranger. Looks like I've gone and wasted both your time and a perfectly good fire sand stick. Oh well. I mean, surely you can use those things. A monstrous Banemite appeared, and you slew it. That creature had long been a scourge upon the folk of Falgord. Intentional or no, you have done us a great service. You have my gratitude. But this does make me wonder, was it truly a winged eyeball I saw, or merely a trick of light combined with blind panic? Alright, Medrod, what you got for me? There have been no promising leads in the murders. I can scarce get a wink of sleep knowing that the killer is still at large. Judging by your furrowed brows, I take it this sorry business troubles you as much as it does me. I had been pondering my encounter. I was uncertain for a time, but there can be no doubt. It was a winged eyeball that I witnessed. It's implausible that I could have mistaken so distinct a creature for a Banemite. Point of order, you're supposed to say that the other way around. Could have mistaken a Banemite for so distinct a creature. But you and I were moms apart. How could we have both seen it at precisely the same time? There could be more than one, guys. What's more, our adventurer friend here had a run-in with the Banemite at the very spot you claim to see that fiendish eyeball. Isn't that right? There must be an explanation. I know I saw an eyeball with wings. I would wager an apple tart on it. Ooh, he's serious. But listen, mayhap it's not as mysterious as we're making it out to be. There's no reason why there couldn't be... Gods, of course! There must be more than one of the buggers. Oh, it's so obvious. But then that means, since there have been repeated sightings of these fiends, then there must be even more victims as yet undiscovered. I do believe we're out of our depth. We ought to leave the rest to the expert. That's me. Yes, we're just civilians after all. Good luck, adventurer. It was a pleasure knowing you. I am not going to be past tense anytime soon, lady. Well, I burn to know the truth. Some things are best left unknown. Lest you have forgotten, it was at the rocky area to the west that I had my encounter. Should you discover aught of note, you will want to alert the authorities. There is a guardhouse nearby. The serpents there should be pleased for any information that pertains to the security of the region. Joined a fate, did you, Danny?
Nope, I was stood next to the target and Ziz decided to aggro on me.
Classic Ziz.
Oh, the Ziz got next.
I can't take these monsters' names seriously because there's a Path of Exile content creator named Zizaran.
Well, it's one of the 3 gigantic biblical monsters along with Leviathan and Behemoth. So I always find it surprising that it's just such a minor enemy.
Hey, an armor man.
Not in many colours though.
Well, that was easy.
3 more of us.
Right, because it doesn't scale us down. Why wasn't it called Arima?
I think they're probably saving the titular name for like a bigger, scarier one. They tend to do that sometimes.
Fair enough.
Oop. I mean, I need to kill 2 balloons, but I need them as my paladin, and they just both aggroed on me very moments before I could swap jobs.
How? They're not aggressive.
They were linked to the Ziz that aggroed on me.
Ah, gotcha. Da, 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 da. Oh, right, over here.
Head south for 2 more balloons.
Greetings, adventurer. Is there aught I might assist you with? I believe this poor soul has been defiled in more ways than one. Ooh. Why are the corpses always flowers?
Nimia lilies are a flower favoured by the goddess Nimia and are used to signify safe travels into the afterlife.
And also because it's much less unsettling to just put a lily in your inventory than a corpse.
Fair enough. Gods be good, not again. No matter how many bodies I see, I cannot seem to get used to the horrid sight. Poor woman. Who has a mask on, despite having a mangled face. Identical deaths have been reported in the central shroud. While the masked stranger you seek does not seem to feature in any, sightings of the winged eyeball are common enough. The creature appears to be moving the bodies, but to what end, none can say. The victims have all been young women. All are found with their faces mutilated beyond recognition. It's been difficult to identify them so as to notify their next of... Who? This button, engraved with a lily motif. The very same object was found upon another victim. A family sigil, or that of an organization, perhaps. Either way, I dare to hope that this find will prove pivotal in solving the murders. I mean, presumably.
This has been grim.
No, out of the way, Pixel. I would have you hold on to the Lily button. You will need it to continue your investigation. While it isn't standard procedure to entrust key evidence to individuals, you have proven yourself reliable and resourceful in this matter. I see no reason why you shouldn't carry on your work. If I might make a suggestion, you may wish to take the button to Gridania and have it examined by Mion. Mayhaps someone in her vast network of contacts can shed light upon the sigil. Finally, I get to use my return button. Oh, what are the fireworks for?
Well, the summer
Like
event.
the summer festival stuff? Cool.
Yeah, if you look, like the fireworks are over Costa del Sol. Like that's where it is on the map, on the horizon.
Oh, it's that away. Alright, cool.
No.
Yeah.
Costa del Sol's to the west of here. And the fireworks are in the east.
In Limsa, anyway, the fireworks are in the right spot on the horizon.
I'll try to figure that out later. Oh. Yo, I'm back. Good evening to you, Lore. By your grim expression, I suspect you aren't here for scones and herb tea. Well, isn't this a lovely little button? The engraving is quite exquisite. Artisan level quality, I would say. Where did you say they found this? On a dead body. Lovely. Anyway, I'm afraid I do not recognize the Lily sigil. You will have to find the answer the old-fashioned way, by asking around. You could do worse than beginning with Bernadette over by the Aetherite Plaza. She has a sharp pair of eyes, that one. Need help tracking down the owner of a button? That's certainly not a request I receive on a regular basis. Well, go on then. Show me what you have. Seems to be some manner of decorative button, reminiscent of those worn by the families of old, though I cannot claim to know its sigil. However, I can say with certainty that the White Lily is a recurring theme in Gridanian culture. Alas, I do not know who would make a personal sigil of it. If there is a soul in Gridania who does, it would be singular over at the Lancers Guild. The woman makes a point of knowing all the citizens on a forename basis. This is literally the first time I've ever heard a first name called a forename. This guy is named Cowboy Viking.
Heard forename quite a bit.
He is a human. This guy's name's Drunken Master. I wonder if he's a monk. You think?
The achievement for leveling up leveling up monk is bulletproof.
Nice.
There's a lot of fun achievement names.
I think the funniest fun achievement name, just sort of because of how it turned out, is the botany achievements are called like Fear the Reaper, and then they later like 10 years later they actually added Reaper as a class. So it's like, whoops, burned that reference.
Archer is just talking about shafts.
I really like an achievement you get for the roguelike dungeon for getting like treasure inside of it that's called For the Horde.
Yes.
Especially with how things turned out, you know?
Yeah.
Bernadette believes that I can help you. Oh, that is a rather bold assumption to make. I will try to assist, never you fear, but whether aught comes of it is another matter. Now then, what do you require of me? Fascinating. Work of this quality is rarely seen in the hands of ordinary Gridanians. The owner of this button is most certainly well-to-do. You may wish to take your search to the Gentry's Ward, northwest of here. Wait. A memory comes to me. Of late, there has been a man who is perpetually seated at the bench by the ward's entrance. His name is Ursando, and I distinctly recall seeing a markedly similar button upon the breast of his jacket. How? It's a button! How close to this guy were you that you could make out the lily engraving on the regular-ass button? I dare say he can tell you a thing or two about it.
I'm starting to get questions about what kind of familiar and a phoneme basis we were talking about here. What are the euphemism?
Knowing everyone on a 4-name basis gives you telescope eyes so you can see the exact details of a button from across the room.
Ha.
Oh, hey!
I do not believe we are acquainted. Pray, leave me to my thoughts. The sigil of the Dardencore family. How is it that you came to be in possession of this button? From the body of a murdered woman. Her face, was it marred in any way? I had feared as much. I can no longer feign ignorance. I shall reveal to you the truth of the deaths, but on one condition. You promise to put an end to my lady's madness and free her from her torment. So, the masked man has compass. Alright. Level 41. I was once a manservant in the employ of one of the oldest and proudest families in Gridania, the Dardencore. During that time I had the honor of waiting upon Lady Amandine, mistress of the household. Fair as summer was she, possessed of a heart befitting her radiance. Alas, the calamity wrought a great change in her. Though my lady escaped with her life, death may well have been a kinder fate. Never will I forget the day her bandages were removed and she beheld her disfigured face for the first time. At that moment, the kindly woman I knew ceased to be. Is this a named NPC from 1.0, or is this somebody made up for 2.0?
Somebody made it for 2.0.
Unable to bear the thought of being seen, my lady sequestered herself within her chambers and refused all company. This continued for many uneasy moons until one day, without warning, she began receiving queer guests. None among us knew whence they came, these masked men, but my lady believed that they would help her to regain that which she had lost. So began the rites of rejuvenation. These rituals seemed innocent enough in the beginning, but grew ever more grotesque as time went by. Eventually, there came a day when my lady bound one of her handmaidens to her bed and proceeded to mutilate the poor girl's face. Suffice it to say, she did not survive the ordeal. It fell to me to dispose of her body. I performed the dreadful task as bade, obedient servant that I was, but when the time came to return to the house, my legs refused to move. I knew then that I could not go back to that place, not after the nightmare I had witnessed. So it was that I left Hawk Manor, my home for nigh on half a century. Long did I weep for the girl who was slain, and longer still for the woman that Lady Amandine had been. Yet one cannot weep forever, and I endeavored to put the matter behind me. Indeed, I had resolved never to speak of my experience until you appeared before me. My lady's madness must be ended, lest more innocent lives be lost. Lay her tormented soul to rest, as you swore to me you would. She awaits you at Hawk Manor, on the western edge of the Central Shroud. Go now. Go and do what must be done.
These events are what I thought we were getting to last week, but I was mistaken. I kind of mixed the positions up at the end of this queue, because it's been a while.
Been a while.
Been a while.
We're guessing them right into Among Us.
Yeah. I think we could have gotten to this last week, but we got sidetracked by a lot of stuff.
Oh, is this a dungeon?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're on our way to
You're
a dungeon, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
You can party invite me if you'd like.
I was just about to say.
Hey, I'm good to go.
You could have gone out the White Wolf Gate, by the way.
Are you the party leader, or am I, Danny?
Oh, I am. I'll promote you. Here you go. Ooh, toadstools in here.
Also, I've got to say, I'm always kind of gobsmacked by by Milena leveling everything like as they go through the story. Incredible.
What level are they?
If you go to the free company menu and right-click Milena, you can view their search info, which lets you see all the levels of jobs they have.
Milena's unstoppable.
Damn! How much have you been playing, Milena? Damn, dude.
A wall after my own heart.
Somebody on my server, more or less just like tried to squeeze every ounce of FF14 free trial that they could before buying it, and so they got up to level 60 on everything. Did like Savage, where they were doing, you know, Savage Heavensward raids. And then by the time they finished that, it was in that weird period in December where they stopped selling FF14 because it was too successful.
Did they
couldn't upgrade.
Yeah. So like they literally finished the free trial. Like they did every bit of free trial content they could, and then they were ready to buy the game, and they stopped selling it because like FF14 was getting swamped by the Endwalker rush.
I hope they were able
Did
to
they ever
get
get to...
Yeah, they
Did they
did
ever come back?
upgrade. Like they just had to wait a couple of weeks.
There's a YouTuber who decided to see just how much he was new to 14 and decided to see just how much he could squeeze out of the free trial, and this free trial is so generous he managed to get over 1,000 hours of gameplay.
Yeah, I saw that video. That video came out like at the tail end of my guy's experiment, as it were. And
At
so
the
like
part-
right at, like like right after he bought the bought Endwalker, I was like, oh, here's a video that relates to you.
At the part of the video where the YouTube guy was talking about the materia for the animal weapon and how you couldn't get specific ones easily, I was like, please tell me he knew about Mutamix being able to throw materia you didn't want at Mutamix to get stuff at random. Please tell me he knew, but he didn't mention it, and I was like,
yeah, and again, my guy was doing that. He was trying to do relic weapons by like whatever that function is called.
She's just got random Arumons hanging out in her garden. Huh.
Yeah.
Some people have poodles, others have Aramans.
Don't judge.
Hawk Manor is now accessible. Alright. Finder.
Oh wait, let me get to Ninja.
Are you minimizing leveling?
Alright,
we should minimum item level, yeah.
Alright. I am equipped for the mission.
Pardon me. Apologies.
Once used by the Seed Seers as a place for spiritual reflection and meditation, Hawk Manor was long frowned upon by the people of Gridania as a symbol of excess. After years of protest, the building was finally sold to a wealthy Wildwood Elizen by the name of Lady Amandine. While little is known of the lady, it was said that she was exceptionally vain, and that to maintain her impeccable beauty she would spare no expense. From facial creams concocted from rare coearthen honeys to shampoos derived from the milk of exotic furballs, her daily ritual of beauty treatments escalated until it was rumored she was bathing in the blood of her virgin maidservants. No amount of man-made tinctures, however, could hide the hideous scars she eventually suffered during the calamity, and soon she was forced to turn to a darker solution, signing away her very soul in a final effort to literally save face. Hawk is one of the best ARR dungeons. Nice.
I like it well enough, yeah.
I can take it or leave it.
Everybody ready?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, there's a video I have to show you after this. It's like 30 seconds long. I've had it open in a tab for a little while.
Did you remember to turn on minimum item level and everything?
Oh wait.
I did.
Good.
One of you has not accepted the...
Yeah, that's me. I was trying to do something real quick before we go in.
Alright, cool.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's done.
I'll show you the video relating to this after the trial. It's on that images with fitting Final Fantasy XIV music, but it's kind of reversed.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
I'll take a look at it after the stream.
Yeah. Okay, aesthetically this place is brilliant.
Oh, this is cool music. It's a house. How big could it be?
It's a rich people's house?
It's a manor. Are we ready? Let's go. I'll wait for my servant to get close enough, and then we'll head in here.
And her maidservant. The spirit of those she's...
Mutilated.
Mutilated. Thank you for the word.
Please kill the carpet stains as fast as possible. They are an OCD trigger, and I have to fight without looking at them.
I've been silenced, so I can't help you.
The problem there is that the carpet stains are also like the least bad. And let me
Dying.
You'll be fine.
Okay.
Sure, your health hit single digits, but did you die?
Did I what? Oh wait, I can't use that on this character. Cause my main character is Dyson, and my raid leader has a habit of going, "Did you die?" At least he did until I started responding with, "Did I what?"
Command servant came in. You might want to grab it. I'll pull it over to you so an AoE can get it for you.
I would prefer.
Oh.
You just healed yourself.
Huh?
You just healed yourself with essentially because you're there.
Yeah, because I targeted the manservant so that I could draw it over to you.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Oh well, it'll take another run.
We're all dead.
Yeah, everyone. I'm still alive by sheer dint of luck, but yeah, the healer died, then the tank died, then you died.
Well, the
And
tank
I'm still fighting
healer
because
died.
I
Yeah,
Hey, I survived though.
yeah, that was just because of tag team mishap. Okay, the maid servant followed us back to the starting area.
Very funny.
Law, if you return to the start.
Oh, I have to hold the button. I was waiting for you guys to come and res me.
I can come
but
res you if you really want.
Yeah, I mean we're already at the start, so.
I guess you could say that you can kind of do this with your eyes closed until an ad comes in and the healer has to bring it over to you. And then gets a targeting mix up.
Whoops.
These are some big ass hallways.
This is a big ass manor.
Have you never been in a mansion before?
Rich people have an insane amount of space that they do not need for any reason.
I've
I'm one of the poors, Daniel.
so am I, but I've been in like museums that have been converted from mansions.
Oh, you live in God Save the Queen land.
Have none of the are there no mansions turned into museums where you are?
We live in a capitalist society, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, America hasn't really been around long enough for people to convert their mansions into museums. They're just still using them as mansions.
Yeah, there haven't been enough generations of people that anyone will surrender their property wealth in order to create a public good. We haven't reached that point yet.
If we go in here, there's
Well, we did have that back in the days of the Rockefellers and stuff.
Oh, that's true. Before Ronald Reagan came in and fucked everything up.
Yep.
Let's leave off. Let's not get into the politics of that. But
yeah, that treasure chest there always has a pot of fine wax randomly given to one of the players. It sells quite well on the market board. Honestly, I remember my trip to Florida, and it really shows the age of your country when the tour guide is acting really like they're talking about something astonishing, and like this fort here is almost 200 years old. I'm like, that's cute.
Yeah.
we haven't been around for very long.
Yeah.
The thing about Europe is that it's very old, and the thing about America is that it is ludicrously large.
Yeah, it's just like I live nearest to York, which is literally a castle town. Like castle walls, little forts, over 1,000 years old. It's like, so
From what I've heard, it's American tourists tend to be amazed by how old Europe is, and European tourists seem to be amazed at how far apart everything in America is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the tourists who think they can take a day trip from one end of Texas to the other.
Oh, yeah, God. Like, do you know how many Britons fit in a Texas? A lot.
we'll head over here so we can get map completion.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, map completion for lore. Yeah, this dungeon has a lot of little optional rooms still.
We don't have enough keys to get in here. Hang on, let me go back and look. We must have missed one.
Right, that's fair.
I'm a ninja, I can run fast. Here's one.
Awesome.
And then you have the other end of the scale where it's hilarious how people in England will think a tiny amount of distance is too far to go in a day.
Yeah,
like a 45-minute drive.
My European friends are like, oh, my friend lives 45 minutes away. I can't visit them. That's too far. And I'm just sitting here as an American like, God, if my friends lived 45 minutes away, I would bike for 45 minutes to get to them.
But then that comes full circle because Americans have ridiculously cheap petrol.
Yeah, that is there. There is that.
How much is it a gallon over there?
About like twice as much.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
about 2 or 3 times as much.
but then it loops again, Danny. You guys have much more robust public transportation than we do.
Yes, but it's also privatized, so it costs an arm and a leg.
Well, you have it. It exists.
Yeah, like I lived in a town in Wisconsin for 8 years that did not have any public transportation.
We need more trains in this country.
Yeah, basically, travel here is it's it's easier, but it's also more expensive.
I've taken a Greyhound bus across the country before, and it was like $100 to go from Maine to Nebraska.
I do not know where Nebraska is. Did you?
It's about 1,500 miles away.
Right. Well,
It's farther from Maine to Nebraska than it is at any 2 points in Europe.
yeah, that at $100 would get you about halfway across England.
Huh. That's ludicrous.
On a big tour bus, even?
It's
Or not a tour bus, a long distance bus.
yeah. Like I said, travel is expensive here.
I will also say that, you know how earlier I talked about how I would, ride public transportation for 45 minutes to visit a friend if I cared about the friend? I would bike for like an hour to visit a friend, so... like...
I can make it 10 miles in an hour on my bike.
Alright, so this bit's a little confusing because the door opens up in front of us, but we actually have to go backwards.
Yeah, because that door opens up to the very entrance hall. And the green key opens.
The ivy door.
Yes, it's very Resident Evil. Now we're supposed to go around, but now.
Did you see the funny little spin I did?
Skeleman.
Come across.
I did, yeah. Yeah, I love traveling. Plane, bus, train. I love being in between places.
I get bored too easy.
I mean, I always bring a video game system along with me, let's be real.
I get sick to read or game while I'm in a vehicle, but I can entertain myself with good company or with like looking at the sights.
Okay, I don't believe we won't have to open any of the doors except the last one in order to get map completion here, fortunately.
That's true.
Actually, oh no, we do.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rubbing my face up against it's not enough. Like I'm trying.
field dressing. Oh, that's gloves. Okay. Oh, decent looking gloves. That might be worth having.
Is the last one. Manor dressing is a fairly good glam piece.
Yeah.
There's a dyeable version that regularly goes for like 1 million gil on the auction house.
You get the dyeable version.
Nice.
It's from Pagos.
Okay.
Where you read that.
Also, I like how some people use language that's very indicative of their past in MMOs.
Yeah, I was just thinking that with the auction house there.
Yeah, I was like, I see.
Yes.
Somebody's played WoW.
Me, the moment someone says tune instead of character, I'm like, ah, I see.
Well, that one just sort of like rubbed off on the MMO community in general.
I think it's more of age than experience, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that is more of an age and experience thing. Because like I know plenty of people who say tune, who never touched what is it, Penguin Club, Tune Club, whatever.
No, it was
Club Penguin.
It was World of Warcraft because of how cartoony it looked compared to games.
No, it wasn't World of Warcraft. It predates World of Warcraft. There was like a free MMO browser game called Toontown or something.
I'm aware of Toontown, but
I don't think it was Toontown. If I recall, it was literally a response where they were like, World of Warcraft was criticized when it first came out for looking too much
cartoony.
And the players were just like, yeah, sure.
It's ironic. It's ironic considering World of Warcraft fans keep complaining that Final Fantasy XIV doesn't look realistic enough. Like,
well, you know how it goes.
You play a game where you literally...
I remember it being a Toontown thing.
Toontown, I believe it came after World of Warcraft.
Yeah, it came after World of Warcraft.
God, WoW is almost 20 years old at this point.
Yep.
What?
Fucking wild.
Final Fantasy XI's even older.
God, Final Fantasy XI's like UI and general method of use is so funny because it's very clear that it has Super Mario 64 syndrome.
Yeah.
How do you mean?
It was the first thing to try to do what it was doing, so it's clunky in a few ways.
Yeah, never play it with a keyboard. Play it with a controller. It was designed to be played with a controller, and the keyboard controls just moving a character is a trial, let alone everything else.
11 being the kind of the first, like, widely played, like, MMORPG, especially in Japan, is what led to 1.0 of Final Fantasy being the way it was.
Oh no, there's a copper.
What led to its developers being like, why would you need to jump?
And here's where the yellow key is. For repeat playthroughs, if you end up here again, you'll probably just end up skipping all the way to this last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the time when people run this, you only ever get the 2 keys. You need the 1 key to, like, progress, and then you need a 2nd key, which is found at the bottom of the stairs that we jumped down, and you use it to get here to get the yellow key.
People usually go for the key in the room after you open the door because it's just there right next to a single enemy.
Mm-hmm.
So I usually grab that key at the bottom of the stairs in order to just...
We have to go in here for map completion.
In order to grab the man advantage after everybody else leaves.
Ooh, a tiny key.
But we beat the final boss. I wait for everybody to leave, and then I leg it to the room with the mana wax.
You're like, ah, yes, everybody leave. Smiley face, good game. I'm gonna go
It
get
has
that.
been a pleasure to serve you here. Are they on? Good. Whee! Whoop. And you're a key for the carnation door. Focus the Jester first.
The Jester uses armor of Agathis.
I like that move in D&D.
Yes. Here it's called Ice Spikes, but it's armor of
It's armor of
Agathis.
Agathis, yeah. Speaking of being able
Is
to,
it
like,
with blue source for it? I forget.
what was that?
Is this the only source for it on Blue Mage? I forget.
No, there's the little imps in Central Shroud over by the little
Okay. Makes sense.
active gun area.
Yeah, speaking of being able to identify people by the language they use, when you start using D&D spell names instead of whatever.
Oh yeah.
Melina asks, why do people focus the Jester first?
Because it's weaker.
It's
It
squishy.
has less health and does more damage.
It is the mage of the duo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just dead monsters deal no damage. Got it.
Yeah, the Mana Stew is the muscle, despite appearances.
So this ethereal flow used to not be here, and you used to have to basically use the return button to go back to the start, but that confused enough players that were afraid that it would boot them from the dungeon that they just added the flow recently.
Yeah. Would you do the honors, Law?
Sure.
We will head north before we go into the boss room, because there's another area there.
It's like how you said north and then you went south.
Oh, yeah, I meant south.
One thing that still gets me from my first playthrough of Fire Emblem Three Houses is one of my viewers, Adder, immediately identified that I was a Disgaea player from my play habits over the course of like 2 fights.
Oh yeah, you were absolutely reckless.
He said it was also not just that I was reckless in some ways, but that I was really conservative in other ways.
Yeah. You were less eager to use resources, but incredibly like reckless with health.
You see down to the first floor down here. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
You can also see areas from the hard version as well, if from certain angles.
But that's for later.
Oh, they're all coming for me. They're all coming for me.
You'll be fine. I'm
I
healing.
got him.
You're still okay. I was gonna say you're still missing one, but you got it. All right. I was also gonna say, yeah, I know that the spell is called Ice Spikes. I just like to, for fun, call it Armor of Agathis because that's what it is. Forget whether or not it's worth using when you're a blue tank. Danny, you might know.
I've never really used it that much. I mean, it only works for melee attacks, for one thing.
Counts for like any auto attack, though, right? Or
There
is
are
it
some
only
magical
physical?
auto attacks.
I see. Interesting.
Still
Really
baffled that I survived that wipe at the beginning of the.
Yeah, that's very
I'm
funny.
assuming you just didn't attack some of the enemies and let them keep aggro on.
No, I just like did second wind and bloodbath and just like stayed alive long enough for you to get up.
I see. Yeah.
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if my play habits and Digimon Survive would have tipped them off about me playing Disgaea. That got really dark in this last chapter.
Yeah, I hear it gets.
Yeah, it's like a Digimon horror game. What is this?
I mean,
From what I've gathered, it's Until Dawn meets XCOM with a Digimon flavoring.
yeah. To be fair, Minda, Digimon has been slowly escalating the amount of horror in their series over the course of its lifetime. I mean, Tamers gets pretty bad a few times.
Tamers is Evangelion or serial experiments lame for kids.
And Ghost Game has just straight up killed people, like, cut a black squelching noise, so...
Yeah, and Digimon Survive has blood splatter censoring things.
Wow.
Yeah, this boss fight got reworked recently. Just because the old one was kind of clunky. Like, it wasn't even necessarily hard, it was just very dated.
It was clunky enough indicative of the way that the game would work later.
Yeah, it had a really annoying mechanic where you had to go to torches and use there was a bit of a channel to look away from it. There was a channel time in order to actually turn off the torches, but the torches did raid-wise that would interrupt your channel time, and it was only just slightly longer than the channel time between raid-wise, so you'd basically just have to wait till you got attacked first.
I keep having to remember that you're referring to lamps.
Kill this ad.
I'm like, torches? What lamps? And every time you say torches, I'm like, what lamps?
Oh, it fully
Lamps.
resists stun.
Right.
Whoops.
Yeah, it's. I never use like spell interrupts or stuns because they never work.
Oh, I use interrupts whenever they're available because
Okay, interrupts sometimes work.
Yeah,
but
Interrupts work specifically when the
wait.
When the cast bar is red.
when the cast bar is pulsing.
Come on.
Yeah, stuns usually work at this early stage.
Like
actually...
this one's pulsing, that's an interruptible.
Yeah.
I should have interrupted that. Oops.
Well, you didn't interrupt it so that Minda could see the effect. Smiley face.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey.
But yeah, it's so rare for stuns to actually work that I just don't even bother most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I only use them this early on because they work this early on usually.
Yeah.
Remember not to leave so that we can take a fun picture with Lore.
Yep.
Oh, if only I had the malevolence in them.
Hey, achievement unlocked. Dungeon Siege.
Congrats, Law. That's your 10th instant dungeon radar trial.
Nice. Alright, so where do we want to pose? Everything's in ruins.
Stay next to the bed.
Yeah.
Or how about over here by this little, like, armoire?
Oh yeah, by the armoire.
I was just thinking about that, yeah.
You can get a non-destroyed one of them for housing. Laura, you want to be in the middle?
Yes, please. You okay there, Minda? You're running in place.
Ninjas do that a
So
lot.
that's your screen.
Okay, I'm going to depose this now.
To be a glam snob, but the best illuminated part of that room and centerpiece is the bed. Yeah, but there's a big glowy portal.
I can hide it. How's that? Sound any good?
Oh, I like that.
Oh, yeah,
I
that's a good
like
one.
that. That's cool.
Good.
I like how you got the way you got me mid jump is pretty good.
Yeah,
Nice.
that'll be a good thumbnail.
I'm just going to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back.
Alright.
I will exit the dungeon.
What is going on with my armor next to my arm? Oh, is that? Oh, it's like a bag that's attached to my knee. I see. Weird
Yeah.
armor things.
Yeah, well, it's attached
man.
to your shirt, I believe, and it just
Oh, yeah.
it's weird occasionally.
Strange.
Oh man, so no, I'll wait till cutscene's over. Darkness has taken root within these halls, sprung from the most unlikely of seeds. One cannot help but admire the irrepressible spirit that quickened it to life. Oh, two of them, uh-oh. Is Amandine one of them, or was Amandine the thing we just killed? It is a pleasure to meet you at last, adventurer. You are every bit as intriguing as our master gave us to believe. It is no ordinary mortal who can acquire one crystal of light, much less 3. The crystals make you strong, and it is to that strength that the light is drawn. Heidelin chose well. A pity that your existence is irreconcilable with our own. We cannot well allow you to continue upon your present course. So you want to fight? I'm down. Alas, we came here not to play, but to take the measure of your strength for Master Lahabrea. That task now accomplished, we take our leave of you. Really? This is a good opportunity. I'm a little worn out from fighting a succubus.
Or to goad them into getting themselves
and
killed.
they're gone.
Lord's like, come on,
Fare you
fight
well,
me.
bringer of light.
It's like, I know, I'm looking pretty weak right now. You might be able to take me.
Yeah, I'm so weak and helpless. Oh, it would be awful if somebody ambushed me right now.
Yeah, you just
And I
kind
had
of
to
look at
visit
each
the
other and
blessings of
sweat
Ralgor
uncomfortably.
upon And they're like, are you hitting on us, or are you asking us to fight you? Oh, man. Okay, report to Ursendale. Wow, I've got 20,000 gil today.
Yeah, you start earning gil fast.
MSQ is profitable.
Yeah.
Too
This
bad
is why we're never
Google
surprised
doesn't
when we
give it
hear
to
the
you.
price of things.
Oh man, speaking of packs, so Path of Exile releases a couple different tiers of supporter pack every season, right? They used to come in $30, $60, and $60 tiers where they would have extra stuff in the $60 tier, and all the packs give you X amount of points, which is how much you would get from spending that much money. It's the points plus some supporter pack cosmetics that go away when the season is over. In the last couple seasons, they've really stepped up the quality of their cosmetics, introducing a bunch of dynamic stuff that does interesting different things or alters itself based on the state of your character. This league, they've released a pet. A little dog, or rather a big dog, it's a Doberman, that has packs on it. And the more stuff in your inventory, the more packs it has on it. And I just think that's the coolest shit.
Yeah, you've talked before about how, like, they're doing a new thing with their cosmetics that, like, change up depending on your stats.
Yeah, they've released two of those. One is a helm cosmetic that is an exposed brain that gets bigger and bigger the more intelligence you have. And the other is the Marauder, which is a skin for the Marauder that gets more and more muscular the higher your strength is.
Oh, hello, Path of Exile. Twirling my hair.
You are returned. What sights awaited you within the manor? What has become of Lady Amandine? You must tell me all. So she went so far as to consort with devils. Would that I could have done more to prevent her fall. May she finally find peace in beyond. Oh, she's totally in hell, my friend. I hate to break it to you, but she is not going to the fluffy place. I know not whether the masked men you encountered are the same pair that first led my lady astray, but it is plain that they are of the same vile brood. Should the chance ever present itself, promise me that you will visit upon them tenfold the woe they have brought upon others. Absolutely, dude. I'm gonna fuck them up. But who am I to speak of punishment? By my silence I allowed I know not how many innocent young women to die in unspeakable circumstances. It matters not wherefore. Through misplaced loyalty, cowardice, or both, I am an abettor to a gross crime. I will surrender myself to the authorities, and accept whatever punishment they deem just. I only pray that the gods will have mercy on my soul. It's okay for you to run from that situation, dude. Like, it was super fucked up. You should have told people about it, but I'm not gonna blame you for that.
Yeah, imagine just turning himself into the Wood Whalers, and they're like, not a sin, but okay. Community service?
That was always allowed. Alright, back to Minfilia.
Also, I love that this game uses wherefore in its like original meaning, which is just basically why.
Yeah. But yeah, they've released a lot of really cool cosmetics. They released one that whenever you level up, there's a huge explosion of cosmic light. There's another one they released that a floating ethereal book shows up at your side whenever you identify an item. There's one that... in the current supporter packs, there's one where it's a cosmetic for your stash in your hideout, and if you apply it, whenever you open the stash and start putting items in, the items, the 3D models for the items float above the stash until you close the stash. I had to get that one.
I'm back.
It was not the wisest of purchases, but I got 300 cosmetic points that I can spend on cosmetics and stuff. So it's not just for the one cosmetic.
It's the screenshot if everyone wants to have a look.
What?
I think Danny's linking the screenshot that he took into the Twitch chat.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
How close am I to another dungeon?
A ways.
Let me have a look. You are a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 quests away from another dungeon.
Yeah.
He's getting into the infamous bit.
Yeah,
Oh boy.
the most padded part of it.
My
Not
late
as bad as it.
Really?
It's not-
Even more padded than it's already been?
It's not.
You were getting to a point in the game that future quests joke about. I'm just gonna put it that way. You are getting to like a setup to a punchline.
Yeah,
And I'm pretty sure like it's been halved since release, and it's still something that people are like, "Oh my god, really?"
yeah, they trimmed it, and also have a character just come along and say, "What the fuck are you doing? We're on a time limit. Hurry up, you guys!" And just cuts it short.
Welcome back, Lore. Full glad am I to see you safely returned. Tell me, how fared you on your sojourn in the Twelveswood? Two of Lahabrea's minions? They sought to measure your strength by their own admission? The devils taunt us. It is beyond doubt, then. The Ashians have begun to move in earnest. Would that we knew to what end. Yet I will not bemoan our plight. Thanks to your tireless efforts, we are at least aware of the encroaching darkness, which is one of my favorite divination cards in Path of Exile. Alas, we can only do so much. It is clear to me now that we Scions are too few to protect the realm against this threat unaided. We must needs alert the three nations to the presence of this elusive enemy, and recommend that they heighten their vigil. There is no shortage of misery in the world that the Ashians might exploit. We have an arduous struggle ahead of us. Yet come what may, we must not allow ourselves to become lost to hope, for that is precisely what the enemy desires. We have gleaned all we can from the information available to us. Let us set this investigation aside for the present. Another matter has arisen that requires your attention. Let me know when you are ready to be briefed, and I will summon the others. Weapon coffer. Cool.
Looks like the NPCs have updated.
42.
Congratulations.
Achievement unlocked skeletons.
Yeah, you finished the quest, Skeletons in Her Closet. You got the achievement skeleton.
Oh, right.
Skeletor. Yeah.
The Maelstrom requests our assistance.
Concerning the kobolds they sent such copious notes on, I presume?
Yes. And no. It has more to do with their findings, which portend a peril far greater than any beast tribe.
What sort of peril?
The worst kind. A tribe of kobolds in the vicinity of Limsa Lominsa has reawakened Titan.
Oh, shit.
Our task will be to slay the Primal. The Maelstrom have sworn support for the endeavor. They are no strangers to the havoc kobolds can wreak.
Well, they can help us with the kobolds, but once it comes time to fight the Primal, they better stay the fuck away and leave it to us. Because we do not need more tempered people. They just can't do anything to the Primal. Like, it's impossible for them to help.
Years before the Grand Company's reformation, two primals,
I think the
Leviathan
implication
and
is that
Titan,
before when
chanced to
Primal showed up,
converge
they
upon the
basically just had to
seawall,
throw a bunch of their
wreaking
soldiers into
untold
the meat
devastation.
grinder until they finally killed it, basically.
Yeah, more or less.
There, by the grace of the Navigator, were the mercenaries Mervip hired able to fend them off. Yet it did not take long for the beast tribes to regroup, and they summoned their primals once more.
Thankfully, their second coming was decidedly short-lived, but that is beside the point. So long as tormented souls will them to exist, the realm will never be rid of primals.
The Maelstrom has kept a watchful eye upon the beast tribes, and the kobolds in particular, ever since. Which brings us to the matter at hand.
Unlike Ifrit, we know scarcely anything of Titan. Unfortunately, the only force known to have bested him, the modestly named Company of Heroes, disbanded 5 years since, and mercenaries are not in the habit of keeping chronicles.
Expect
So we gotta track
the
these people down.
worst. The Maelstrom's help is of course appreciated, but even if we had their whole armada at our disposal, we could still find ourselves overmatched. A pity the kobolds lack the gentle sensibilities of the sylphs. A peaceful resolution would be more than welcome. The Echo will not avail you this time, I fear. If you are to survive, your steel must needs speak for you.
Well, my wand isn't made of steel, but I get
No
your
one
point.
would think you a coward were you to decline.
Oh, now it's on. Come on. Really? You're gonna throw that at me? Fuck you. I'm in.
So you will accept? Thank you.
We can't very well send her to Limsa
The
Lominsa
camera had
without
Y'shtola's back of the
Can
back
be
of Y'shtola's
Minfilia.
head would be in view. I just imagine she was looking at you with just like the tauntiest equals 3 face.
Oh, the Mikote can definitely do the kitty face.
No one would think you were a cow or an equals
May
3.
I ask that of you, Y'shtola?
I never thought it in question.
Ever reliable. Very well. We will spare no effort to win victory. You may count on the full support of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
I mean, I assumed so. I assumed you guys were at my disposal for this massive undertaking.
And all Naughterfield will aid the fight from afar.
Cannot get used to these old voices again.
Thancred, Ida, go to the Grand Companies.
Fine,
Tell them
they'll
of our
change the
plight and
moment that
solicit
he
their support.
gets into Heaven's Word.
Urianger, send word to the students of Baldessian, and Alfino if you would. Papalimo, Compile all the information we have on Titan, little though it may be. You will be apprised of the tactical situation when you reach the Sailor's Ward. Provision yourself for the journey. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
I always do. Here, no. Over here. Sort of. Aha! Dariostal. No matter one's past transgressions, all who have seen the dream are welcome, even men such as we. I have heard offers such as these before. All were not more than bait for the hangman's noose. Well, you don't have to stick around, dude. We got shit to do. This one is fine. Excuse me? Oh, it's an illusion.
Yeah,
Okay.
glamour.
Yeah, this one has finally figured out a way to make... I was like, that's Noraxia's name, but that's definitely not a sylph. This one has finally figured out a way to make walking ones be quiet. What does friendly one think? This one is very convincing, yes?
That's charming.
Yeah.
I never saw that.
Yeah, I caught it like on a second playthrough.
Ida is on her way to Gridania to request aid of the Order of the Twin Adder. In the meantime, we must learn all we can of the Primal Titan, and not worry about what Ida's up to without my supervision.
Oh no.
Literature may yield us the odd morsel of useful information, but there is no surer way than to seek the former members of the Company of Heroes. I knew it, we are going to have to track these people down. The Waking Sands sure is busy these days. Fresh-faced venturers eager to make their mark. Famous folk like you running off to face the bleeding Lord of Crags. Maybe it's time for me and the boys to retire. Venturing's a dangerous calling, after all. Be a little slow, be a little late, just once, and that's that. You'll not believe it, but I've been summoned by Lady Minfilia. Do you suppose that she has an assignment for me? What I would not give to have something to fight for again. And yet I must not be overeager.
Don't lose your head. Hey.
With this many people here, we need a culinarian of our own. We can't subsist on rations and preserved foodstuffs forever. Alright, so hire a cook. Maybe find one with an echo. Surely somebody with the echo knows how to cook.
Someone with the echo looks at someone and it's like that scene from Ratatouille, except instead of going into like his own memories of childhood, it's the other person's memory of eating as a child.
And then they just wake up and they find out that they've just been frying their own face for the last 5 minutes.
God.
Lore, have you heard? I have been chosen to serve as Noraxia's bodyguard. There have been increasing reports of Imperial activity in Thanalan, and so the antecedent insists that our guest be escorted whenever venturing outside. I know how hard you of all people work to endear us to the Sylphs. I swear to you that I will guard our honored guest with my life, and not allow your efforts to come to naught.
I love Ironvolt.
I do too.
So I'm already higher level than everyone in this room except for Urion J and Papalina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, even by MSQ standards, not just the fact that you're like 12 levels above where you should be.
No, I mean like the level I should be at this point.
Yeah.
I'm the third highest level character in this room.
Yeah.
Congratulate the boy, Lore. Chosen by the antecedent as the Sylph's bodyguard. What an honor. Of course, this means his dusty rags will no longer suffice. I say we get the boy a shiny new suit of silver armor, the kind the Sultan Sworn wear. We split the cost evenly and surprise him.
Aww.
Not bad, eh?
Aw.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
That's sweet. That's a good friend. Guarding Neuroxia is a prestigious duty indeed. Arnvold is right to be excited. But he has never crossed swords with a Garlean before. I worry what will happen if he is forced to confront his father's countrymen. But he's a Garlean?
They'll talk about it later.
They already did talk about it a little bit.
Yeah.
If there's anything we can do to help, no matter how small, just ask. Broken carriage axle, cracked barrel, hell's even a leaky bucket. Say the word and we'll fix it. I'll count on you for all my bucket woes. I don't want to believe that Master Garland is dead, but the chief wasn't the type to cut and run off. He would have gone to Cartano. He would have been there when Dalamud fell. Which means... As the primals fall, so do our spirits soar. Though mine aid be but modest, I nonetheless am heartened in my duties. Actually, we might be higher level than Urion J at this point. He's just a nerd.
He's the level 20 nerd, thank you very much.
Well, I'm a level 42 nerd, so suck.
You're so right.
I am told you are one of our finest, Lore. I suspect we will see much more of each other in the future. Yeah, how much are you going to be seeing with one eye?
Damn.
Clive. Yo, Brabant. What's up? Looks like the Antecedents found herself a good crop of aspiring heroes. I reckon Eorzea will be all right as long as these fine folk are around to protect her. I like Arnvald's friends. They're good friends.
Yeah.
Midphilia is pretty high level, but she's canonically a minor? She's a gathering class?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's how she made a living before all of this.
Fair enough, I guess.
What does she do if not gather people together under her calls?
Nowadays, instead of nuggets of copper, she's going after nuggets of information.
Fair enough.
They're picking people's brains.
Cute.
I could dig a little deeper and find some more puns if you like.
Let's not run the vein dry on this.
Yo, Tatara.
Don't hit rock bottom.
Good evening, Lore. I trust your investigation is faring well. Talk to me more. I want to know more about you. You're adorable.
Oh, you'll get to know her well. Brilliant.
What's up, Milena?
In time.
Nice thong.
I like the pattern on the thong. It's got to be one of the gayest things I've ever done. Look at a woman's thong and go, "That's a really nice pattern that's sewn into it." Up to the aft castle and head east. That's the easiest way to get there.
Yep, I was figuring it out. Let me try.
Fair enough.
I don't want to be backseated entirely.
It took me a long time to get used to Limsa, so I tried to help.
thanks. But with directions, if I'm lost, I will ask.
Okay.
I don't want to be all business about this game.
That's fair.
Not doing the 14-hour-long speedrun after all.
Yeah. Which is an appropriate time, honestly.
An hour for every Final Fantasy.
Oh no.
Oh, this is, Hail, adventurer, and welcome to Maelstrom Command. If you wish to know more about enlisting, speak with the personnel officer. Unless you are the guest we were told to expect. Forgive me, madam. To business, then. It is as we told the antecedent. The kobolds have once again summoned Titan. A little over a moon ago, we began to observe the beastmen moving south in increasing numbers from Ogomoro. Our scouts subsequently confirmed the object of their aggression. Crystals, fodder for their fell primal. The Lalafels look so silly in uniform. Thank you, High Commander. You may leave the rest to me. Word has spread of your accomplishments, Lore. On behalf of Limsa Lominsa, I thank you for heeding our call. Forgive the lack of forewarning, High Commander. The Admiral wished to address Lore personally. We are no strangers to conflict. Long have the Sahagin and the kobolds plagued our people. Nor is this the first time we have had to address a primal threat. In the past, when Titan rose to threaten the peace, it was to the company of heroes we turned. But they are long disbanded, and we must look to other brave souls blessed with the strength to face this foe. That's me. So it is that we turn now to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, confident in the belief that you are Limsa's best hope. I hope you're right. Oh, screw you! You know she's right. I am the Limsa Lominsa's best hope. Yet the situation is far from simple. The kobolds are not prone to unprovoked aggression. Did not the Thalassocracy make a pact with the beastmen that each would keep to their own lands, and that no blood would be shed? And was it not the Lominsans who violated this agreement, dissatisfied with their lot? Shall we then condemn the beastmen for defending their homes? Even a pirate must one day reap what she has sown. I would advise you to choose your words with greater care, Lady Y'shtola. Stand down, High Commander. She has the right of it. And the wrong is mine. Freely do I claim it. Yet it makes little difference. Remorse will not shield us from Titan's wrath. Or would you have us fall upon our swords? My apologies, Admiral. The safety and security of Limsa Lominsa's citizenry are, of course, of paramount concern. Already we have observed disruptions in the flow of ether further inland. The effects will be felt here in the city ere long. I ask much of you, I know, but the need is great. Can I count on your help, Lore? Absolutely. That's why I'm here. You have my thanks, along with the full support of the Maelstrom. I await good tidings. Man, she really is hot. That the kobolds should summon Titan demonstrates they are no longer amenable to negotiation. This being the case, we must needs prepare for conflict. Before we meet Titan in the field, however, it would be wise to learn all we can of our foe. And I can think of no better source of information than the mercenaries who defeated him once before. Alright, let's start tracking them down then. The Company of Heroes may be no more, but several of its former members still live. It is said that one of them is employed at the Grey Fleet Mills in Lower Lonotia. Quite why a mercenary should choose to become a miller, I do not know. When you find him, mayhap you could ask him for me. I, meanwhile, shall seek his fellows. Alright.
Oh, track tomb.
Everyone's favorite guy, track 2.
Alright, so I've got some traveling to do. I guess I'll teleport to Costa del Sol and head south. Da, 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 da. Is that a glowing coconut? That is a glowing coconut. Why is it glowing? Do the other coconuts glow? They do not. Why is this one a light?
I do not know.
You see this too, right?
On
stream?
On stream, yeah.
It's glowing.
That's a weird coconut.
It might also be one of those strange sorts of coral that light up in the dark.
No, it's definitely a coconut.
Oh, okay.
Da 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 da. Who's this little fellow? You're a funky little guy. Go ahead, get back here. I want to look at you, weird plant penguin flamingo.
They can teach the blue mage the best interrupt skill in the game.
Really?
Flying sardine.
I don't believe you.
You bark a fish at the enemy and it slaps them, and it's so surprising to them that it interrupts interruptible spells.
I can't tell if you're fucking with me, Tim.
I've seen the animation for it. It's pretty great.
It's delightful. It's great.
You look.
Are we talking like Cramorant type stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Almost literally.
you just smack him with a fish.
It's great. Is the requirement for Blue Mage level 50, or is it MSQ 50?
I think it's MSQ 50.
I think it's level 50 actually, because I saw it earlier when I was going through MSQ with my lore partner character.
Okay.
Lay down your burdens, son, come drain a pint with me. We'll have a grand old time, find ye a lass or three. You gotta say something, venturer, or just keep staring. Huh? You want to know about the Company of Heroes? Oh, hells. Price of bleeding fame. Can't a miller mill in peace no more? Still, seeing as you've come all this way, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to oblige you. Consider yourself lucky, lass. Old Track Tomb was the company's best axeman. Now, what was it you wanted to know? Stuff about Titan, please. Oh my god, what the fuck are you wearing?
Raccoon.
There it is.
Excuse me?
There it is.
I beg your fucking pardon. What? Did they hire Nomura to design specifically this guy? What the fuck am I looking at?
Oh, the leopard skin.
It's It's not even a leopard skin Speedo. It's leopard skin arm things that have holes in the elbows, on the inside of the elbows and not the outside, and a little bit of a leopard skin
on the belly and around the neck.
Yeah, he's got just like a necklace of leopard print stuff underneath a metal plate,
and it's also
his outfit isn't even a swimsuit. It's made of belts, and it's a gelt outfit.
And it's all topped off with
the fucking pauldrons and mittens. And he's wearing mittens.
And a lady's straw hat.
I was getting to the hat, believe me. What the fuck is this guy? This is no ordinary Miller. What the fuck? Yeah. So, you want to hear the tale of how the Company of Heroes bested a primal, do you? Let me guess. You mean that bastard Tidus? Really? Oh, if only you'd been there to see it. 'Twas a mighty struggle, like the legends of old. Me and the boys fought him for 3 days and nights, we did. The ground trembled with every step Tidus took, and when he hit you, girl, it felt like a cannonball to the gut. Oh, just like that. You can dress however you want, but no one can whoop your ass. Boy, what's that look for? I'm a god-stabbed hero, I'll have you know. The people around here sing me praises. Don't tell me you only care about learning the secret tactics we used to beat old Tidus. Huh. Well, too bad, because now I'm not feeling charitable. If you're so damn desperate, then why don't you do me a favor and kill those rats that have made a nest by the windmill just south of here? Aye, do that, then we'll talk. You're gonna have me kill 3 of them? That won't solve your rat problem, unless they're 5 feet long. In which case, I guess 3 would be the sum totality of what they would be. Alright, south again. What do you have to say for yourself, Y'shtola? You fuck. The Company of Heroes is the most celebrated mercenary band in the history of Eorzea. Even so, I must admit I have never before met one of their members face to face. I imagined that a warrior who had toppled both Titan and Leviathan would seek to bask in a lifetime of fame and glory, and he seems to have settled in a place distinctly bereft of adoring crowds. Yeah, it's suspicious, all right. Excuse me. Dun, 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 dun. We were just facing level 30 stuff. Why are they level 8 here?
The zones aren't clearly divided, you know? Like just because you are level 30 doesn't mean you're going to go to the level 30 zone.
Yeah, this is a...
No, I was like, we were just looking at enemies nearby who were level 30.
Yeah.
Or, no, we weren't, because I'm an idiot.
Yeah, the zone ahead, the zone above that.
You know, we were in a completely different place when I was seeing those level 30 areas.
By the way, I am now the cat girl next to you. I decided to switch characters.
Oh, fun. Let's see.
You and Milena match.
Zarya Niao.
Is it Zarya or Shariah?
Nice thong.
Yep. Got my swimsuit on.
With the lovely embroidery. That is gonna be stuck in your head for the next 6 years, isn't it?
Yep.
That's why I turned off the mount music after a certain point. I was just like, okay, enough of this.
Uh-huh. So the beasties are dead, are they? Nice work, Venturer. Save me the hassle of... never mind. Traktum appears to be ignoring you.
Did you talk to Yushnola about
What?
it?
Yeah.
I did talk to you, Shirley,
cool.
yeah. You still asking about how we beat Titus? I don't know, Venturer. It was a pretty risky strategy, the kind only a veteran of 10-score battles could rely upon. You lied about your involvement with the Company of Heroes. You are not part of that mercenary group, or the Company of Heroes lied about beating Titan and Leviathan. I want to teach you, I truly do. But unless you prove you have what it takes to face that fat bastard, I can't in good conscience tell you a damn thing. At the very least, you'd need to be capable of slaying, say, a Gubu. Come to think of it, that ain't a bad idea. Them creatures have a taste for the flour mill here, so you ought to have no trouble finding one in the vicinity. Of course, I ain't asking you to cut one down quick as a skilled axeman like myself. Any road, why don't you try heading due west and stand in lookout in case a Gubu comes calling. Slay it, and I might consider telling you more about old Titus.
Can I tell you about the description for the Leviathan minion? Well, the wind-up Leviathan.
Does it say anything that I will learn later in the game?
No, it's just a bit of flavor text.
Sure.
The weavers that made the wind-up Leviathan schematics asked Traktum for information about what it looked like, and the description of the minion says that he sent them a picture of a piece of anatomy that he insists is the same length and girth as Leviathan.
Jesus.
Good lord.
Back to.
Good
Please.
lord.
Oh man.
Fuck that guy. Alright, let's fight a Gubu. It's not even bondage gear that he's wearing, it's just belts. Whoa, hello.
Yeah, this is the character I made to look like Tetra from She-Ra.
From what little
Oh, yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, I can kind of see it.
The red fits her.
Yeah. Red is mostly what she wears in the show, so there you go. There's a reason for it. It works with her skin tone. You learn a lot about color theory when you start getting into the glam business.
Yep. Huh? You again? So that Gubu that was harassing the Millers is dead? Didn't think you had it in you, Venturer. Still, you took forever and a day to get the job done. I'm still not sure if I should tell you our secrets. You're not really him. You're just using his name, aren't you? So, as I was saying, I still don't know if you've got what it takes to face Titus. Maybe if you slew a... Traktum, you in here drinking again? If you are, that Gubu had better be dead. Oh, it sure is. Oh, it's dead, Chief. You have me word on that. Cleave the beast's skull in two with me trusty axe I did. Is that a fact? What will your friend here say if I ask her? She'll vouch for me, of course. Ain't that right, friend? Tell me true. Was it Traktum who slew that Gubu, or was it you? Chief, what are you saying? It's me, Tractube, the finest axeman ever to serve in the company of heroes. The legendary mercenaries who slew that bastard Tidus. Tidus? Tidus? Who in the seven hells is Tidus? Some primal you fought in a drink-sodden dream? The company of heroes slew Titan, you bloody half-wit. Well, see, Tidus was what me and the lads used to call him. That's the biggest load of Sahagin shite I've ever heard. Both of you, outside. We'll learn the truth the Leminson way. Oh, do I get to kick his ass? Do I get to kick his ass? Tractube, if you didn't slay that Goobu, you might consider your contract revoked.
I love
Even the thing going around his crotch vertically is a belt. It's just belts all the way down.
I love that they refer to Tidus being a dream. Very clever. Thank you. Good joke.
Yeah.
Love it. Yes, I love Tractube's stupid outfit.
Alright, you know the rules. First one to smash their boulder will be judged the Goobu Slayer. And don't even think about trying to kill me. That's cheating. Who picked these boulders? They're nothing alike. How's with it? Let the contest begin. A small boulder the size of a large boulder. What happens if you let him beat his first?
You fail the duty and have to start over, basically.
Oh, Tractube's attacking me! Ow! Rude!
Such a little prick.
No, I'll do it the hard way. I'll kill the boulder.
I am infinitely amused that Thunder works on a boulder.
This isn't Pokemon, so yeah,
Type.
of course it
No, it's rock type.
It must have conductive minerals in it.
What's that bomb?
Oh yeah, you have to destroy the bombs before he uses them to cheat.
I just killed my rock fast enough.
I didn't spot it in time, so I failed.
Just as he killed your rock as well. Yeah, I just focused on the rock.
Well, of course you couldn't
Oh, if you
measure
beat
up.
the shit out of Tractube, you lose.
Yeah.
Of course you couldn't measure up to Tractube. He killed Titus.
Tedious, more like tedious. Got them.
Why do I keep getting interrupted?
Paralysis. It's a very frustrating status effect.
Some people carry around spine drops to use for when they get paralyzed.
Yeah, I was carrying it around and completely forgot I had it after paralysis wore off. Because I'm a hit.
Right. What is this little bomb he rigged up made of anyway?
Yeah, it looks electrical.
Yeah, does he have some sort of like actual magical ability that he just uses to cheat instead of like nurturing it?
Maybe he had like a hypercharged crystal.
Maybe.
Oh, I crit on that fire.
Yeah, critical hit's a great stat. Most of the time when people like meld stats to their gear, it's critical hit.
Yeah.
Even healers. Because heals can crit.
Yeah. Well, the other.
All right. Oh, sorry. Go
No,
on.
the other thing about crit is that it buffs your critical hit and it buffs the amount of damage your crits do, so it's like doubly good.
Oh, exponential. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, even as a tank, all my materia melts are either crits or direct hits.
All right. I admit it. I lied about being in the company of heroes. But I'm begging you, Chief, please don't dismiss me. I've learned my lesson. Honest, I have. Yeah, bullshit. Save your blubbering, Track 2. Gods, I should have known. Mercy, please. I didn't want to deceive you, I swear. It's just that I kept getting turned away by all the folk I asked for work, and I panicked. See, the last job I had was at Costa del Sol, and there was this grizzled marauder everyone treated like royalty. When I heard he was a captain in the company of heroes, I finally understood why. I wasn't being serious when I said I was one of them, but you went and believed me, so I, look, his name was Wyskit. Alright, Wyskit. He'll tell you how to defeat Titus, or whatever the hell's that thing's name is. That's what you wanted, ain't it? So come on then, tell the chief to forgive me. It's only fair. No. No, I'm not telling him to forgive you. Fuck off. Alright, to Costa del Sol.
Actually, what's funny is crit was already the best stat, and yesterday they announced that it's actually kind of getting buffed in the next patch a little bit.
Really?
Because indirectly, because I don't think this affects black mages at all, but a lot of classes have cooldowns that just guarantee crits. Like, you just press the button, and then your next skill will be an automatic crit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is like the main cooldown for like samurais and machinists primarily,
And warriors.
But the problem is that like if that's your main cooldown, you know, all of a sudden those skills get no benefit from crit because you're dealing with automatic crits. Well, they are changing it so that those skills benefit from having increased critical stats,
Despite
which is
having
good.
stronger potency based on the amount of crit that you have.
Yeah, which is good because those also happen to be the classes charts right now, which only really matters in like high-end endgame rating. But it's still nice that that those buttons function.
So now not only can warrior operate without a healer, they can also just do more damage.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's great.
Alright, Wyskit. Please tell me you're dressed like a real person. Nope, you've got the...
It's better.
He was mimicking your outfit! You're all belts too!
But less comical looking.
Yeah, this guy at least is coherent.
These people, I swear to God. Pardon? You wish to slay the Lord of the Crags? We must slay him, Captain. The people of Limsa Lominsa are depending on us. You fancy yourselves heroes, then? Just like in the tales? Yes. You should hear the tales of me. Be not so quick to judge. Long have I labored for the well-being of you and yours. My associate here has bathed in Ifrit's hellfire and lived. She is blessed with a power that protects her from primal influence. Thus was she able to lay low the Lord of the Inferno. We know full well the risks and have taken every possible precaution. We lack only the knowledge of how to enter Titan's lair. Pray be so good as to grant us the boon of your wisdom, and we shall be on our way. A woman who can't be tempered. Useful, but it will not be enough. It is true that the company of heroes fought and felled primals, but each victory was bought with the lifeblood of brave men and women. And Titan was the worst we faced. Aye, we defeated him, in the end, but he took from us some of our very best.
Well, his name is Soft Shadow. Sorry.
Even if you possess the power you claim, I have no reason to believe you will succeed. Believe what you will, we mean to try. Though our lives be forfeit, we will not abandon Limsa to the wrath of Titan. You are passionate, I'll grant you that. And you deserved better than the greeting I gave you. But I will not send you into Ogomoro on a whim. To be plain, I do not wish to see you give your lives in vain. At the very least, I must have assurances that you are more than common adventurers. I oversee security for Master Gegaruju's estates. Perhaps you can demonstrate your abilities by attending to one of our... Ye gods, man, have you heard nothing I have said? We have not the time to perform trivial tasks. The enemy is at the gates. Do you imagine words can sway me, girl? Yeah, let's just do what he wants, Y'shtola. If you dislike my conditions, then you are welcome to find your own way into Ogomoro. Though it pains me to admit it, I fear we have no choice but to acquiesce to the man's demands. Yet much remains to be done if we are to best Titan. Forgive me, but I must ask you to undertake this task alone. I will use the time to see to the remaining preparations. Oh, yeah, sure, you can't hack it. I guess it's up to me. Leaving the dirty work to others, are we? Very well. Yeah, whatever. She's whatever. I can handle it. Pray do whatever the good captain bids, however trifling. Remember, the fate of Limsa Lominsa hangs in the balance. Yo, what is that in the distance?
That's corrupted crystals from a shard of Dalamud landing nearby.
Cool. Alright, Westgate.
Look at Melania. Melena.
Oh, sorry for the outburst. Yeah,
She's wearing the...
Nice.
Oh, they let you get that outfit?
Oh,
I think
that's
that's
horrible.
Gear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, I mean, like, I don't think this is unique to FF14. I think it's just a general MMO. Low to mid-range gear in a lot of MMO gear, it's just a thing that happens.
So, as the Realm Reborn gear actually gets better and better, it starts off with a very stripped-down version of this, which is basically just a couple straps, and then you get more parts of it, and this is one of the higher tier versions of that gear. But you don't really get the weaker versions anymore like you used to. As a result, people no longer go through what was affectionately referred to as the stripper phase. Because it was just it was just a bare bones harness and a subligar.
Yeah. And sorry for the little outburst. I was just looking at a Rogadine dictionary to translate Wastegate's name, and it means soft shadow. That's neat. It's cute.
Laura, want to get it right and get a better look at the cool crystal thing in the distance?
In a minute, I still gotta accept this
Oh,
quest.
right.
Master Gigaruju's requests can be more demanding than you realize. Before I set you to your true task, I would like to verify that this won't be a waste of my time. A Nyx has recently been seen prowling the beach to the east. As you can imagine, my master does not want large, slimy creatures anywhere near his lands. The beast is cunning, but you should have no difficulty luring it out with herring. Slay the Nyx and return to me. Oh, don't forget to bring me a leg as proof of the kill. A leg specifically, huh? Alright, Minda, where are you? Ah.
Yeah, the reason that I refer to those corrupted crystal growths as teratomas is that it's like they're basically growing wildly out of the ground out of sheer corruption, which makes me think of teratomas.
I believe you've seen this castrum here in cutscene. Do you remember when you took the airship and you saw an Empire airship landing in an Empire fortification? I believe that was this one.
Ah. Oh, that sure is an Empire fortification, alright.
I love this a little bit in particular because it's got like the cool spiral around the main shard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool.
We'll be coming back here when you are much higher level.
Oh, yeah, I'll bet. We've got a ways to go before we fight the Garleans.
Alright. Where do you have to go next on your quest? Back to...
Where I go next is going to be to Mist, so I can drop off my Chocobo, because I think this is a good stopping point.
Yeah, that sounds right. Here, I'll drop you off right by the ferry to Limsa. Oh, you can teleport out of my car. I did not know you could do that.
Yep.
The only way to escape a pillion mount if you're in the air. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you can't just drop out of it?
No. The only way to
in the air.
escape is
Not if
teleporting.
you're too high up.
Yeah, you can if you're on the ground. You can just like press a button and you'll like run and you'll start running.
Melina got the Subligar now.
Oh, whoops.
Wow, that is skimpy. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
That's still not.
What the
That's
hell?
still not the most bare bones of the top pieces either.
Alright, well, I think that's a good stopping point for today. I think we're in the middle of a stretch of quests that we can finish next time and then do the next dungeon. So yeah. Be interesting to see how Titan goes.
I don't know.
But for now, thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching.
Always a
See you
pleasure.
next time.